Please be seated. Mr. Altenburn, feel free to come forward. It's like I walk in and you like run away. I'm so sorry?
I'm sort of the potted plant. I hope I'm not here very long.
Well, you're at the top of my to-do list here. Why don't you start, but then I'll go to my list, but you're on my list here too.
Mr. Elliott and I have worked, and we have a set of jury instructions that I can get to you probably in the next couple hours, certainly before lunch, that are there. There's still a fair amount of work on the negligent infliction of emotional distress for Maya that you'll have to do. And on count 14, and the nuances of the what should be in the intentional infliction of emotional distress counts. I'm happy, I think, to tell you that I think we've got the apparent agency issue pretty well nailed down. I don't think there's going to be much for you to have to resolve on the language of that at all. But, additionally, I've got motions to add some additional special instructions. So I'm concerned about two things at this point. I can get you a verdict form also before the end of the day. The count 14, as of the current jury instructions that I've just gotten back from the other side, still remains a count on the theory that the hospital as a hospital had a duty to train, not under a medical standard of care, but a common law negligent standard of care, to train doctors, and that if the training was negligent, that they are liable under some theory that doesn't involve the doctors being negligent. So I'll put this into the verdict form and the like, but I want to make it clear that I don't think that is even a legal cause of action. I never have. So I'll put it in. But I am concerned about hearing time and when we're going to resolve this. I don't, I know we have...
Part of my yellow sticky.
Okay, then I'll let you talk about that.
Well, here is, I've got two concepts, and I'll probably need the trial attorney input as well. And I don't know if I can make the decision right this second. Maybe we can make this decision at lunchtime. There are two times on Monday that make sense in my mind. Either we come in early and start doing jury instructions, let's say 8 or 8:15 in the morning, assuming that's, of course, that I get them early enough today, or we do it at 4 o'clock on Monday, and wherever we are at 4 o'clock, we know we just have to stop and then spend time on it. This isn't a final decision, but do you have an input as to what is better?
4 p.m. so
Yeah, the trial lawyers think 4 p.m. because they'll have witnesses.
Well, I know that that's what they're going to want.
And I am happy to do it, at 6 in the morning or 10 o'clock at night. You just tell me and I'll be here.
my overarching concern, and we need to, and I'm hoping we are still on track to have all evidence in by Wednesday. That's, I guess, the ultimate goal I've been aiming for. That would include any rebuttal case as well, so that we have a jury instruction set finished Wednesday night. Because remember,
You're gone.
Yeah, and I if I absolutely need to figure out a time, I could possibly be here early Thursday morning, but the world works better for me if I could be gone. But
your vision is that these will be read to the jury
on Monday
morning.
And so that's why I need everything to be put to bed, so to speak.
Yeah.
And I'm, as you were suggesting, we're running out of daylight on nailing these things down. So
Well,
and that's why Monday morning might.
You in any way I can, and I will try to have the rough out of the verdict form to you before I leave to go back to the office.
Do you think even if we do it at 4 o'clock on Monday that we're going to be, assuming that I'm able to make decisions?
Yeah, it might take more than 90 minutes, but we could get this done. Yes.
Let me just make sure that I don't have. Yeah, and Tuesday's Halloween, and I have not been told what my absolute parental obligation is.
But family comes first.
I would not plan on me having the ability to stay Tuesday night.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
Yeah,
the jury's gonna feel the same way.
yeah, we'll get them out of here by or before 5.
but I'm probably not going to be able to stay here Tuesday night to work on jury instructions.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else on jury instruction?
No? If you have
And
nothing
please
more for
pass
me-
along my appreciation to Mr. Elegant and his team, in addition to you, for working on it. And the last time I looked at it, it was much farther along, and I
Yeah,
really.
the basic things are pretty well hammered down, so, I mean, just, there's several causes of action that's just been troublesome from the beginning, so, thank you.
Well, thank you. Before we go to your Excel list, where am I on?
That was next on my list too. Well, I wanted to make sure I understood exactly what the court wanted. So I've had my assistant create Excel sheets, three separate sheets, one for the joint, one for the defense, one for the plaintiff, but I want to make sure. I was under the impression that the only thing that would be on there would be the exhibit number and a description of the exhibit.
A neutral description of the exhibit.
A useful description of the exhibit.
Useful and neutral.
Yes, no, understood. Like it'll say all children's hospital admission records from whatever. But I wanted to also clarify, for instance, for the over 1,000 pages of the Johns Hopkins alternative record, was the court envisioning that we would also put like specific page numbers, like you could put discharge, whatever it is, so that they didn't have to search 1,000 pages for specific records, or do you want us to not do that?
I am fine if each side wanted to designate specific pages. And so if plaintiffs wants pages 282, 349, 622, and you want 108, just combine them together. So it wouldn't be a situation where I object to you listing this one. It's like if the plaintiffs want it, put it. If the defense want it, put it.
One place.
Yes.
Yes, it would be under the joint exhibit list anyway.
Right, it probably would be the separate, like the next column over the sub numbers.
So a separate column for that, is what you're saying?
I mean, it might be.
We can figure it out, Judge. But I just want to make sure. So it would just be the exhibit number, neutral description, and if it's broken out in any fashion, that would also be like either underneath it or separate.
Yeah, and I'm also looking at the clerk and making sure this would be helpful to them too. Yes.
Okay, so we started working on that. We're keeping it updated with the exhibits that we're putting in. When does the court, when we close, I guess, is when it'd be finished. So.
If we could have a draft Monday morning, knowing that it's not the final one.
That would be fine.
And in that way, if we need to make any type of course correction on it, we have a little time.
That's definitely doable. I guess I would ask plaintiff's counsel if they want to get to me anything that they want to, so we just have one Excel thing, if they want to send it over, and we'll include it in that, so we're dealing with.
I would prefer to receive the defendants, and then we would add in, and we see what they want to do.
I don't care who does it. Let's just, if y'all could just talk. Ms. Crowell's apparently already has a list. I don't know if you have a list as well.
No, that's why I say it would be helpful for us. They've already got something going.
No, we created the first list.
Right.
Yeah. So now it's back over to them.
Well, they
It's
created
back
it,
over to us.
it had a lot of things on it. It had, the data was admitted, it had whether there was an objection, it had rulings. We just broke it down to just name and exhibit number, and just copied it and put it in on an Excel spreadsheet.
The jury's only going to need a list of anything that's been admitted. So we don't need to put objections. We don't need to put the data admitted. Was that? I guess
No, I don't think it's gonna be
the jury wouldn't know when we admitted it, so I don't think.
They
we
also had
probably-
like what witness talked about it. I think that's just too much. So we were just gonna put date, the exhibit number, and a description.
Yeah,
That's
and
all
then
we
the
have.
subcategory. if
And then we
necessary.
put the subcategories, correct. Okay, we'll have a draft by Monday for Your Honor.
Mr. Anderson, you said you had something to discuss.
Well, two things, Judge. I'm still waiting on Proffer to know how that's going to go because we want
Mr. Altenburn is
Yeah, I'm sorry, I should have said that. The client's given us authorization to withdraw the affirmative defense on the Fabry.
okay. So the transcript's clear. The defendant has withdrawn the Fabry on affirmative defense, so that simplifies the verdict form and the jury instructions.
Okay, yeah, and that because we are working on the verdict form, and along those lines, we would move the court to allow us to prepare a worksheet for the court and defense counsel's review on the general damages, so the jury has some context within which to work out an award.
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
Well, I think probably the better thing for us to do is actually come up with one and show the court. I've seen it in other cases. I would like to use it here because it is a complex case over a long time, and it helps the jury work through days forward, days back, and some different methodologies, all approved by appellate law as being able to be argued. So if you've got a per diem, or you've got an hour, or you've got it per day, or you've got it per week, and then it's designed so that the jury can come up with some specific numbers, and then they can insert it as they would like to, and it's not just one methodology, but I was hoping to give them something that would allow them, and, the other thing is just to have them copying stuff as we put it up on a big board, but then they spend all their time writing stuff down.
Well, this jury doesn't seem to have a problem taking notes.
Yes, I stipulated.
We ended up having to go buy more notepads.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you really?
Yes.
My God. Well, they have written a book for every single witness. It seems.
I think they've gone through 9 packs that are 5-inch thick.
That's
In any event, it doesn't matter. I do know that the defense has filed a motion to limit argument on certain of what you were just saying, so that's going to have to get figured out between now and then.
I understand, Judge. We have the case law now. We're fairly confident, and whenever the court would like to, defense would like to argue it, we can.
But,
be
I
ready.
mean, I don't know if you're asking me, I'm not going to be giving the jury, here's this worksheet, and this is what you have to fill out on damage.
No, I
I'm
wouldn't.
not doing that.
No, it's not coming from the court.
Well,
It just says the court doesn't give advisory opinions, neither will the defense at this time.
So,
That's why I say I will come up with something, and you can all review.
anything else, Mr. Altenburn, since you've come to this side of the bar?
I'm excited about that.
One other housekeeping item, and Madam Clerk, let me know if I misstep on this. There's going to be exhibits that were tendered to the clerk that were not ID'd for purposes of trying to get it in. And so the clerk's normal process is if it's never technically ID'd, it goes back to the parties. Now, obviously, if a party wishes to move something in and it gets ID'd, then it stays with the clerk for the balance, because it then has to go to the appellate court, assuming that there's any type of appeal.
can I ask clarification? Are you saying, am I understanding you correctly, that we handed the clerk, or both sides handed the clerk documents that have not been addressed in any fashion during the forum?
Correct.
Okay.
And that's very typical. And here's 100 exhibits, and 25 of them are admitted into evidence. 50 of them are discussed but not admitted. Then there's another 25 that they're holding on to, but really were not discussed in any way, shape, or form. And so that subset of 25 goes back. Now, I'm raising this for two reasons. One is to remind, if you want something that you need for appellate purposes, you need to seek to move it in and have it ID'd or whatever you need to do, because at that point, the clerk then holds on to it for purposes of the record. The second thing is, right now there's a whole bunch of documents that don't meet that criteria.
Okay.
And so the clerk, and I'm probably speaking on their behalf, and they'll correct me if I'm wrong, probably does not want to hold the tonnage of stuff that is not yet been formally ID'd. So assuming that we finish next Wednesday, perhaps you could have people
Right.
arrange with the clerk maybe on Thursday come with the dolly carts to take the tonnage of stuff that is not going to be part of the appellate record
Understood.
and get it out.
Understood.
Yeah,
Message
it's
received.
quite a bit, Mr. Hunter.
Yeah.
I'm just snickering, I'm thinking about what capacity do you,
Yes. No, we understand, Judge, and appreciate the issue, and we'll take care of that.
Yeah, so maybe on Thursday, while, after all the evidence is closed, with that, I'll let y'all work it out with them.
Yeah, the timing and when that's available at the time.
But I remember when it came in, there were movers that came in with dollies and all of these things, and we'll probably need on
I'm
the
not
back
doing
end.
it, so yeah, we're gonna get some help.
would it be okay, just in an abundance of caution, if we did that while the jury was deliberating?
I don't care. The clerk might care. I personally don't care.
Okay.
So that's why don't y'all just talk to them.
Okay.
But
Who will? Thank you.
the reality is, though, when this trial's over, they're going to have to move on to other things, and so I don't want them to have to be up in North County doing something and then having to drive all the way down here just to meet your movers.
Judge, what I'll try to do, if court please, I'll talk to the clerk's office about that, but what I'm thinking right now is that it may be most propitious to try to target Tuesday morning or something like that, and have them here and just move it in, move it out.
Well, but and just as a practical issue, I have not talked to Judicial Security about when the jury is deliberating, whether we're going to allow people to sit in here or if we're going to close and lock the courtroom. So It is possible your movers are not going to be able to come in and out of the courtroom while the jury is deliberating. I have not had a discussion with security about that.
We'll work it out. Okay, very well. If you could keep us advised about that, that would be helpful. All right.
Yeah, I will. Any other items before we bring in the jury today? Who do we have today, actually?
The first witness is going to be Dr. Jennifer McCain. The second witness, I believe, will be Jason Baker, the finance expert for all children's.
As to the first witness, Jennifer McCain, Your Honor, we want to ensure that the testimony there does not go over and beyond the court's ruling as to experts and non-retained experts. And we want to ensure, if the defense is planning on asking any type of questions along those lines, that they be proffered first so that we don't have to stop the testimony in the middle of it.
Is she a retained expert? No. Or
Neither. And she was not, neither was she disclosed as a non-retained expert offering opinion. So she is not listed in any way to offer opinions in this case.
Tell me who she is. What's her role in this case?
She was a treating psychologist at Tampa General. I'm going to ask her what her notes are, what her opinions were based on her diagnosis and treatment of mine. So,
Well,
she's allowed to express her opinions about what her diagnosis was of the
Are
child.
you
when she
going
saw
into
it.
any sort of standard of care or anything like that?
No.
So it's based on her observations and her opinions based on what she herself saw
Correct,
At
and
that
and
time.
obviously the consult notes that she would have relied on.
at Tampa General, but
At
not,
Tampa
she's not going to talk about
All children.
what happened in 2016 at all.
No.
So I understand, and then it's just going to be, and I reached a diagnosis, and what is that diagnosis? And then we're not going to go into, well, did you see any signs of, or did you do this? And things outside her records is my concern. I don't want them finding a way into her speculating on things that were not part of her review at that time in that one admission in August of 2015.
Well, it sounds like Mr. Shapiro is going to be restrained, and I trust your ability to stand up and object.
I'll do my best.
I'm not sure we've heard the word objection in this case. So, but I trust your ability to do that.
I'll figure that one out.
Anything else?
Not from the defense firm.
Not from the plaintiff, Your Honor.
Bring in the jury. How you feeling?
All rise. Jurors entering.
Okay, please be seated, everyone. Happy Friday. I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. And no one approached you about this case. Is that correct? And you have not seen any media accounts about this case. Is that correct? Correct. Thank you very much. Mr. Shapiro, your next witness, please.
Call Dr. Jennifer
Oh. Why don't we have, starting with the plaintiffs, take appearances. Ms. Lawrence. Thank you.
Ethan Shapiro, Pat Kroll, Howard Hunter, David Hughes, joined by Dr. Jenny Dolan.
And thank you, Ms. Crowles, for reminding me.
Face the clerk and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. We're going to come around this way. See you.
May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jennifer McCain.
Okay. And Dr. McCain, there's a microphone in front just to make sure that everyone can hear.
Sorry, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
perfect.
Okay.
Thank you. And what's your profession?
I'm a pediatric neuropsychologist.
Okay. And where do you practice medicine?
I work at Tampa General Hospital.
In terms of your education and training, I'll just try to see what we can walk through briefly. Where did you get your undergraduate degree?
University of California, Santa Barbara.
Okay. And I hate to date people, but when did you graduate?
92.
And what did you do after you graduated from college?
I went to graduate school at Long Island University.
What did you study?
Clinical psychology.
And what year did you graduate?
I did.
Yeah, what year did you graduate?
1996.
And what degree did you obtain?
A doctorate in clinical psychology.
And where did you go for work after that?
Peninsula Hospital, Beth Israel.
And what were you practicing there?
Partly that was the beginning of a fellowship, and it was neuropsychology and traumatic brain injury.
And then within the field of psychology, do you hold any board certifications?
Yes, I'm board certified in clinical neuropsychology and recently boarded with a subspecialty in pediatric neuropsychology.
Where do you currently practice?
Tampa General Hospital.
And how long have you been at Tampa General?
A little over 16 years.
And what role, or do you have any department chairs or titles there?
I'm the vice chief of the psychology section for medical staff, and I'm a pediatric neuropsychologist.
Were there times that you served as the chief of psychology at Tampa General?
Yes.
And for what years?
Oh gosh, I don't recall off a couple of times, I think, and I think. I'm sorry, I don't know the years.
Okay.
There were 2 stints, and there were 2 years each, and this year I'm vice chief.
We're going to talk to you a little bit about, well, let me just ask you before we talk about Maya Kowalski. Do you have any specialties or subspecialties in the field of neuropsychology?
No, my work at Tampa General is focused on brain injury and trauma and pediatric rehab.
So we're going to talk about your care and treatment of Maya. Before we get there, have we ever met before?
I don't believe so.
Okay. I'm not that famous, but have we ever spoken before?
I don't think so.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you about your time with Maya Kowalski, and I'll just represent to you that Maya was a patient at Tampa General from July 31st, 2015, until about August 27th, 2015, okay? And we're going to show you some of your records, so it won't be a memory contest. Okay. Let me start with asking you, what role does psychology play in a patient like Maya who's admitted to rehab?
So psychology is part of the interdisciplinary team, which includes the physiatrist, who is the medical director of the program, a nurse practitioner, and then there's physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech-language pathology, child life, nutrition, and I don't know if I'm forgetting it, and then the school is also involved.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you about some of your treatment of Maya, and it starts at Defense Exhibit 3047-0037. And I'll focus you at the bottom. Your consult's going to be on the next page, but just for the sake of the date at the very bottom, this is your first consult. And just for the sake of time, I'll represent to you that Maya was admitted the day before.
Okay.
And we can turn the page now. So this is your first consult note. I'm going to ask you a couple questions.
And I'm sorry, is it okay if I get my reading glasses?
Yeah, please, for sure.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. At the top it says, we don't need to focus in, but it says reason for referral, rehab, and then it says referred by pediatric rehab. Would that be Dr. Kornberg to the
Yes.
Okay. And Dr. Kornberg would be overseeing the pediatric rehabilitation?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you about the history of present illness section. And while you're looking through that, what is a history of present illness?
It's basically the history of what brought her into rehab.
Is this the history given to you by the parents?
No, it's through the medical records.
Okay. At least in terms of what you had reviewed, about halfway down, it talks about an admission to All Children's on 7/7/15, and that she was seen by Dr. Casadante, neurology at All Children's. Is that right?
Correct.
Would that have been something that you saw in the review of past medical records?
Yes.
And then at the bottom of this, it looks like that you had a conversation with Mr. Kowalski. Is that right?
You mean part of the evaluation?
Yeah, it says that the family had told you the father reported a second opinion in Chicago. Do you see that?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So let me ask you a little bit about your what you noted later on this note at page 0040. At the top it says family historian dad. From looking at your note, would it be fair to say that it was just dad that was with Maya at this point?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to go down a little bit to your assessment of current neurocognitive and behavioral emotional status. And just take a moment to read it, and I'll ask you a couple of questions on this section.
Okay.
Okay. You're charting in the first sentence about when you entered the room, Maya was coloring and the mood was euthymic?
Euthymic. It's neutral, meaning there was no evidence of depression.
Okay. In reviewing this, when you saw Maya on July 31st, 2015, did Maya report to you any incidences of pain?
I don't independently recall. It's whatever is in my notes.
Okay. At least according to what you wrote here in terms of your assessment, is there any indication that Maya was having any pain?
No.
At the bottom, you talked about introducing the role of hospital homebound school. What is that?
Hospital homebound school is a program for children who are unable to attend school either for a medical reason, and they have to be at least in the state of Florida, they have to be absent for 15 continuous days before they qualify.
And then if we scroll down a little bit under the treatment plan and the family goals, I wanted to ask you about a couple of these interventions. It says cognitive restructuring. What does that mean?
Just really looking at the way people think and how they may not, the thoughts may not be rational.
Is that something that you planned on working on with Maya?
It was one of the plans, yes.
And then on the bottom, family goals, there's a sentence that says family will be able to accept patients' medical condition, disability. What are you referring to there, doctor?
That family will be able just to accept and understand whatever diagnosis that she has.
Okay. I'm going to take you to your next note, which is at 3047-0372. This would be about 5 days later, and we can scroll to the bottom of the page where your note starts. You can take a moment to read the session note, and then I'll ask you a couple questions if you don't mind.
Okay.
At the top it says that you met with team consultation with physical therapy. What's the goal of meeting with physical therapy at the same time?
A lot of times when a child has difficulties or behavioral issues in therapy, we often do something called co-treatment, where we work together to try to figure out the best way to address those behaviors.
About halfway down the first paragraph, you had noted during physical therapy, Maya was calm, and in the second sentence, you noted that, however, when discussion turned to her brother, Mom, who she states is always working and is always on her computer, she became increasingly whiny and flopped on her back.
Objection, reading medical records.
Okay. If you look at that second sentence where you just discussed your conversation with Maya, what was the significance of recording that?
The significance was looking at how drastically the behavior changed when the topic was switched to an issue related to her family.
When you put in quotations something like "is always working" and "is always on her computer," is that to reflect whether that came from Maya?
Yes.
During this session, you recorded that Maya had complained of pain everywhere. Were you able to elicit responses from Maya as to where the pain was?
According to my notes, it said she only said that her stomach hurt, or did not hurt, I'm sorry, and rated her head pain as 8 or 9 out of 10.
Did you make any notations of how Maya did once she was returned to her wheelchair?
Yes, she was able to sit up straight and seemed happy and was not complaining of pain or discomfort.
Did you have a conversation with Maya about whether she was making improvements?
Yes, I did.
And what was that discussion?
We were really trying to focus on improvements, and she was having a hard time appreciating her improvements.
Did you have a discussion with Mr. Kowalski about his observations of Maya's behavior?
I'm not sure if it was a conversation, but I did document that he understands that the behavior is filled with exaggerations.
And then at the end, you noted that you wanted to meet with Mom. Why is that?
I'd like to meet with everyone in the family.
A couple of the words that I'm not sure what they mean, so I'll see if you can help me. In the section of mood, what is dysphoric?
That just means sad.
And what is labile?
Where emotions are very, a person can cry very easily, kind of like at the drop of a hat. Sometimes it's in relation to something stressful, and sometimes it could not be.
Let's turn to the next page. It's 373, please. I'll take you to the end of your note. In terms of the interventions, what do you mean by behavioral management?
I think in that case, it would be related to giving positive reinforcement for behavior that is not exaggerated, and ignoring behavior that is exaggerated.
Do you mean from working with the parents to make sure they're rewarding the behavior that you think is going to help Maya progress?
Correct.
And in terms of cognitive restructuring, what do you mean by that?
It's just a term used to look at the way a person's thinking about things and think if it's something that's rational and it's realistic, and if it's something that's hurting them.
In the next sentence, you talk about a concept called behavior dysregulation. What is that?
I think it's just again a general term for inability to regulate your behavior.
Let's talk about your third visit, which starts at 0349. And again, the way this prints your note just starts at the very bottom. It notes that you saw Maya 2 days later on August 6th. So we'll go to the next page, 0350. And did you have a chance to meet with Mrs. Kowalski on this day?
Yes, I did.
Okay, take a moment to read your note about this, and then I'll have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
As of this third visit, you made a comment that the Maya's presentation was highly indicative of conversion disorder. What did you mean by that, doctor?
Well, conversion disorder is where you have a presentation of neurological symptoms, primarily something related to motor, which is if you're weak in sensation, that cannot be explained by a neurological disorder.
Did you provide Mrs. Kowalski with any educational written material?
Yes, I did.
Is that standard handouts that you have in your practice?
Yes.
In your practice and your experience, have you treated conversion disorder in the past?
Yes.
In your practice and experience at Tampa General, had you treated children with CRPS in the past?
Maybe 1 or 2.
And when you had this discussion with Mom about conversion disorder, what was her reaction, at least according to your note?
According to the note, that she verbalized similar observations and appeared to be accepting of this diagnosis.
And I should have asked, you do have some recollection independent of Maya Kowalski, is that fair?
I mean, very general.
Okay. Let's talk to you about your fourth visit, which is at 0282. And the note is at August 11th, so this is about 5 days later. And if you can take a look at your session description, and I'll ask you a couple questions.
Okay.
According to your note, at this point, it was Mr. Kowalski with Maya, not Mrs. Kowalski. Is that fair?
Yes.
How is Maya doing on this day, in terms of her pain?
I'm sorry, no, it says I met with Maya individually that day.
Okay.
Dad must have come in at the very end, though, because there's a note at the end.
So when you initially went to meet with Maya, she was on her own?
I'm sorry, I can't tell from the note.
When you had a chance to meet, it looks like you met with Maya while she was in her wheelchair. During that initial meeting, did Maya express to you any signs of pain?
No, she did not.
You noted that she was putting together a scrapbook. Why was that significant to you?
That was significant because she had often complained of weakness in her hands and not being able to do those types of tasks.
Did that represent improvement to you?
Yes, it did.
You have a conversation in the next sentence about Maya raising concerns about not going to school. What was your response to that?
I told her that she would be able to return to school because of her progress.
You noted that Maya was open in discussing family dynamics. Let me ask you a question about that. Is your discussion of family dynamics something that you typically do with children who are undergoing psychological care for rehabilitation?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because a lot of times there's family dynamics that are contributing to the current presentation.
What did Maya tell you when discussing the family dynamics?
That she wanted to spend more time with Mom, and Mom was working a lot.
And it looks like you asked Maya to be able to share that with Mr. Kowalski?
Yes.
And Maya agreed?
Correct.
And did you have a chance to talk to Mr. Kowalski about this?
Yes, I did.
And what did, in your conversation with Mr. Kowalski, did he convey to you what his observations were of the interactions between Maya and Mrs. Kowalski?
He indicated that Mom worked a lot and had decreased interactions and time with the family, and that he was the primary caretaker.
And did Mr. Kowalski express any opinions to you about his thoughts on outpatient treatment?
Yes, he agreed with it.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about your next visit, the fifth visit, which starts at 0248. And again, this one starts at the very bottom, but we'll move to the next page. And this is the next day. You had previously been on 812. So let's look at your note from 813, and I'll let you read your session. And then I'll have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
In your opinion, after having this session, did it appear that some of Maya's behaviors were trying to get the attention of her mother?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that significant to you as a neuropsychologist?
That's significant because that appears to be one of the issues that's contributing to her disability.
When a little later down in the note, it looks like you had a conversation with Mrs. Kowalski about conversion disorder.
Yes.
And what was her response?
That she did not agree with the diagnosis.
Do you remember anything further about that conversation that you had with Mrs. Kowalski?
I don't.
And then at the end of your note, you documented a difference in Maya's reaction when you were there and when you left. Is that true?
Correct.
And how were you able to make those observations?
How was I able to make that?
Yeah, so just describe how that happens in general. If you
So when we were talking about going home, and Maya was very upset, and when this happened, we were all trying to ignore her behavior, and she was continuing to cry, but when I went up to leave, her behavior stopped immediately.
Let me ask you about your sixth visit, which starts at 0233. This would be the next day as well. And let me just ask you, is this a typical cycle where you're meeting with family and children every day through the course of rehab, or is this a little more frequent, if you know?
It really depends on the diagnosis and the needs of the family and the patient.
Were Maya's psychological needs from your perspective at this time more intensive?
Yes.
Let me ask you about your session note. And let me know when you've had a chance to read the first part, and then we'll turn to the second page, and then we'll come back.
Okay.
And Clay, if you can go to the next page, and I'll let you read the top, and then I'll go back to the first. I have a couple
Okay.
questions. Okay, so let's go back to the previous page, Clay, at 0233. And then this is the sixth visit. You had a meeting with Mom, is that correct?
Correct.
And why do you note that you're observing Maya in physical therapy? Why would you be doing that?
To see what her progress was like, see if there was any inconsistent behaviors.
And then in the next sentence, you note a conversation about consideration of functional neurologic system disorder. What is that?
That's just a term that's used sometimes interchangeably with conversion disorder.
And do you have a recall of how this discussion went?
No, I don't.
According to your note, does it appear to you that Mom showed some resistance but openness to this diagnosis?
She wanted to wait until the neurology consult had been complete before considering it.
And what would be the importance of a neurology consult in that regard, from your perspective?
To rule out any organic neurological disorders.
And just at the bottom, it looks like you were taking a well-earned vacation. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then let me show you what's 0029. And in fact, Clay, we might want to start at 0028 for a moment. Thank you. Do you know who Dr. Maria
Garone, yes.
Garone, yeah. I'm going to botch it, so why don't you pronounce it for me? Dr. Garone?
Yes.
Who is she?
She's a pediatric neurologist.
And was this the neurology consult that, would this neurology consult be something that you would review in your course of practice?
Yes.
And it appears this neurology consult, when you had seen Maya last and discussed this potential, was August 14th, so this would be 3 days later. I'm going to ask Clay to go to the next page, 0029. What part of the note would you review? Would it be the impressions, the plan?
I mean, essentially, I look at the entire consult note.
From your standpoint as a neuropsychologist treating Maya, what was the significance of your review of this neurology consult?
Objection calls for comment on another physician outside the range of the qualifications and without foundation, right? It's beyond the scope as to the prior court order.
Did this neurology consult inform your future care of Maya?
It helped to inform my future care, yes.
And how?
Because Dr. Garone could not find a neurological explanation for her symptoms.
Let's ask you about the next note at 0108. And this would be the 7th visit. Looks like you're back from vacation. Take a moment to read your note, and then I'll have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
Did Maya express any pain to you during this session?
I don't see that she expressed pain, no.
You documented some discussion with Maya about her school, and why did you do so?
Because she was getting discharged and we were talking about returning to school.
And at least from your standpoint as a treating neuropsychologist, was it your opinion that Maya would be able to return to school?
Yes.
Did you chart or recall what Maya's reaction to that was?
She initially said she wasn't worried about missing school, but she also did not appear motivated to return to school or work on some of her schoolwork while she was in the hospital.
In the second, towards the bottom of the paragraph, you discussed family discord and its contribution to the symptom profile. What are you referring to as family discord?
I don't know. I would assume it was based on, some of her...
Objection, speculation, foundation, predicate.
Sustained.
In your experience as a treating neuropsychologist, how does family discord in general contribute to a symptom profile?
Same objection is directed towards.
Madam Court Clerk, can I have that question again, please?
Question, in your experience as a treating neuropsychologist, how does family discord in general contribute to a symptom?
Sustained.
Um,
No, you gotta wait for the next question.
Okay, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Let me ask you about your next note, which is at 0056. It's titled Psychology Service Discharge Summary. Why do you prepare a note such as this?
Just to summarize the visit and what the discharge plan is.
And are these diagnoses listed here? Well, let me just back up for a moment and establish the date. This would have been done on the date of Maya's discharge, is that right?
Presumably.
Okay. Well, your note is dated the August 27th. Date of discharge is listed as the 27th.
Okay.
At least would be your intention to file
Correct.
the most current report. Okay. You have some diagnoses here. What is diagnosis number 4?
Psychological factor affecting physical condition.
And what does that mean?
That someone is having a physical condition that there's some kind of psychological contribution.
In terms of, at the bottom it says, if you could scroll down a little bit, barriers to community reintegration include caregivers' job obligations. What were you referring to there?
I don't know, just job obligations that might interfere with them being able to carry out the discharge plan.
Let me ask you about some of your observations on page 0057. You can take a moment to read it. I'll have a couple of questions when you're done.
Okay,
You had made some recommendations to the Kowalskis for future care?
correct.
And what were those?
To follow up with mental health after discharge.
And why did you believe that was medically necessary in your opinion?
Because in treatment of conversion disorder, that is the treatment of choice.
And in terms of referral information, did you provide specific information as to where the family could seek those services?
Yes, I did.
In the part about meeting with Maya prior to discharge, what were your observations?
That she was very anxious about going home.
And she wanted to go home, or she wanted, what was your impression?
That she was just more anxious than usual about going home.
And you had a discussion about feedback about recovery and focus on return to school. What would that conversation entail?
Just about the importance of returning to school, and she might need some accommodations upon return.
When you last saw Maya on August 27th, was it your opinion from a neuropsychological standpoint that she'd be able to return to school?
Yes.
Let me ask you about document 3047 at 0014. I'll represent to you, this is the comprehensive discharge summary. And you're welcome to read the whole thing. I was just going to ask you about your contribution to it.
Okay.
When the discharge summary, and in this case I'll represent to you, is prepared by Dr. Kornberg and his nurse practitioner, okay, do they ask for your input, or is this pulled over? How does this process work?
That's pulled over. Every week we have rehab staffings where we provide updates about how the person is doing, so it looks like this was pulled from that.
Okay. And tell me a little bit about those meetings. Are those weekly meetings at Tampa General where you discuss patients?
Yes.
Is that an interdisciplinary team meeting?
It is.
I'm going to ask you about your last interaction, which is at 0051. Looks like after discharge you followed up with Mrs. Kowalski. Take a moment to read the note.
Okay.
What were you charting in terms of this note?
About Maya's return to school.
And as of that time, from your standpoint as a neuropsychologist, you believe Maya was ready to return to school?
Yes.
Come on. I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm the Kowalski's lawyer. So, you're at Tampa General. Is that the largest hospital in the Bay Area?
I don't know.
Is it one of them?
I'm sure it is.
How about Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital? Is that one of the largest in the Bay Area?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. So would you agree with me that psychology is not exactly an exact science?
Yes, I would agree.
All right. And let's look at 3047-0056. I wanted to go over exactly what the discharge notice stated. 3047-0056. Just up. Okay. Under diagnoses there, do you see it?
Yes.
What are the diagnoses?
History of steroid-induced myopathy, myalgia and myositis, quadriparesis, and psychological factor affecting physical condition.
Okay. Do you see the diagnosis of conversion on there?
No, I don't.
With a child, in fact, anyone in extreme pain, would you agree with me that there is always a psychological overlay to some extent?
Probably.
And so, did it also come to your attention that after discharge you recommend they follow up with, mental health care counseling, that they did in fact follow up with Eagle's Wings in Venice?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Did you ever determine whether they followed up with either of your recommendations or whether they went to another place, in this case, Eagle's Wings Psychology in Venice?
Okay, no.
If they did, then that would be following up with what you recommended.
Correct.
How many, just out of curiosity, about how many sessions per week, in your experience? Now, you weren't board certified in pediatrics at the time Maya was in, is that right?
Pediatric neuropsychology, correct. That was not an option at that point. That was a new board.
But you are now, is my point.
Correct.
All right. And so the reason I ask that is just your experience about how often in an inpatient setting, to be really effective, should a psychologist meet with the child. And I say that noting that I think you met like 5 times or over 5 hours in 2 weeks. So I just wanted to get an idea of how often, to get a good result, a psychologist, psychotherapist should meet with the child.
Your Honor, I object based on, well, I guess I'll just briefly approach on this.
Okay, so I just want, let's just, are we correct that you met Maya and or her parents for 5 hours plus over 2 weeks?
If that's what it says in the chart, yes, that's correct.
Not a memory test, I was just wondering, does that sound about like what you were doing?
That, sure.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me that it's not exactly rare for a child, a 9-year-old girl in this case, to want to spend more time with her mother?
Yes.
That's pretty common, isn't it?
Correct.
And it would not be unusual for a 9-year-old child to be more expressive about their pain, their emotions, how they're feeling with a parent as opposed to a stranger.
Not necessarily, no.
I see. So you do not agree that children tend to open up more to their parents than they do to someone they don't know well at all?
No, I don't agree with that.
You think that they would just... But in that instance, aren't you talking about children with grave psychiatric problems or issues? You're not talking about a normal 9-year-old, are you?
I don't know what a normal 9-year-old is, but a lot of times children have a easier time opening up to people who are objective and outside of the family.
Okay. But in this case, you felt that she was opening up more to her parents than you.
I don't recall that, no. I don't know if that was part of my notes.
That when the parents left, she became much more quiet and much less expressive, I think is what you testified to, right?
Actually, that changed. I think at one point she was happy when they were gone.
Okay. Through this period of time, did it come to your attention that Maya found her therapy to be incredibly painful?
I don't know about, I would say distressing. I'm not sure about painful.
All right. Well, let's look at Exhibit 2529-35. What are those on her feet?
Those are braces.
corrective boots?
I don't know the exact term.
Does that look like a happy child to you?
I can't speculate from a picture.
You're a pediatric neuropsychologist, and you can't tell us from this photograph whether that child doesn't look distressed, concerned, in pain,
She could.
otherwise negative?
She could.
All right, and so a child in pain is, for instance, you said that what was significant to you was that you saw her during a physical therapy session, and it was significant when she returned to the wheelchair, she stopped complaining, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, is it just possible that she stopped complaining because she stopped the physical therapy that was hurting her?
It seemed to me it was more related to the discussion that was happening.
I see. So that child right there, the simple fact that no one's hurting her anymore, that had no effect on your opinion.
Not that it didn't have any effect, no.
All right. And you would agree with me that Maya tried as hard as she could in these physical therapy sessions from everything you saw and heard.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again, please?
That Maya tried as hard as she could in these physical therapy sessions from everything that you saw coming in on some of them and read.
I haven't read any of the physical therapy notes. I apologize, so I can't
Okay.
comment on that.
So you don't know one
So I
way or
don't
the other?
know.
Fair enough. All right. And so at that point, you said there was a consult from Dr. Giron. Is that how you
Correct.
pronounce his name?
Garone, her, yes, she.
Okay. And is he a pediatric neurologist, or is he a neurologist? What is he?
She is a
I'm
pediatric
sorry.
neurologist.
I didn't know.
Mhm.
She's what?
Yes, she is a pediatric neurologist.
Okay. How long did she spend, if you recall?
I don't know.
From that note, did you see where she did a differential diagnosis to rule out any other possibilities?
I'm sorry, I don't have that note in front of me, so I have no idea what's in that note.
I don't know if you've got that to pull up real quick. We do great. No, it's okay.
No, we don't.
All right.
Catch that.
Okay. And just to make sure we're clear here, your contact with the Kowalskis was approximately, let's see, it was in August of 2015?
Correct.
So if she went into Johns Hopkins All Children's for the visit in question here, that would be 14 months before? She went in October of 2016.
Oh, you mean, and she was in Tampa General 14 months before?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. And throughout the time that you dealt with the Kowalskis, they were cooperative. Not Maya, but Jack and Beata.
Correct.
And they were accepting of your diagnoses for the most part, were they not?
Mom had trouble accepting the diagnosis.
Initially, she agreed, and then she came back and said, I'm concerned this may not be correct, right?
Correct.
So, as far as you saw, they were perfectly normal, concerned parents.
Again, I don't like to use the word normal, but they did seem to be concerned, yes.
And they were not displaying any aberrant behavior or anything that caused you any concern that there was a psychosis or psychological problem going on with either one of them?
Approach.
after Mr. Anderson's going to ask you a new question.
Fine. That's fine. Yeah. Just the one last question. Did you ever receive, and I don't know, maybe it's the first time you're aware that Maya Kowalski went back in patient at a hospital at Johns Hopkins in October of 2016? Did that come to your attention before this?
No, I wasn't aware.
Well, let me just ask you, did you ever receive, or do your notes reveal, that Dr. Katzenstein there ever called you about your experience with Maya?
Same objection there.
That question's allowed. You can answer that.
I have no independent recollection of speaking with her, no.
Thank you.
Brief redirect, Your Honor.
Yes.
Clay, can you put back up 3047-0029? You were asking questions, Doctor, about Dr. Geron's pediatric neurology and whether there were differentials. Take a look at that for a moment from your perspective as a neuropsychologist. And I was going to direct your attention to the plan. Do you know what an EMG nerve conduction study is?
I know of it. I don't know the specifics, though.
Okay. At least according to your review of this report, Dr. Geron continued to try to do evaluations going forward to see if there would be evidence of a physical neurologic condition.
Objection leading. Overruled.
Correct.
And Dr. Geron spent, at least according to her note, an hour, if you look at the bottom, Clay.
Okay.
An hour going through records, including prior records. True?
Correct.
Let me ask you about a note that Mr. Anderson asked you about. We'll put it up so you can review it again. It's at 0372. And you can read it again, because I have a question for you. Mr. Anderson asked you about whether the pain was from physical therapy or the pain was from something else. So take a moment to read it, and I'll ask you a question.
Okay.
From your review of the note, did it appear that Maya was having pain from therapy, or did the pain come out of the blue from some other source?
It seemed to come out of the blue.
And then lastly, you were asked about whether there was a discharge diagnosis. And again, for planning for discharge, can you explain to this jury, you're sitting down with the interdisciplinary team to come up with a diagnosis altogether? Is that how this works?
No, the diagnoses, I don't know if Dr. Kornberg enters them, but every diagnosis entered is included in that list.
Okay. Do you contribute your thoughts directly to Dr. Kornberg so he can have the benefit of your neuropsychological impressions?
Yes.
Let me show you what's in evidence as St. Chart Clay, but at 0010. You were asked a question. We'll represent to you this is Dr. Kornberg's discharge diagnosis. You were asked a question whether conversion disorder or psychological factors were part of the discharge. Take a moment to read this, please.
Okay.
Was your suspicion of conversion disorder included in the potential discharge diagnosis of Maya?
Yes, it was.
Thank you for your time.
Dr. Kornberg, a neuropsychologist.
No, he's not.
So, we have here, Maya had an apparently inexplicable source of pain at times. Is that
Okay.
true?
Yes.
Anything further, Mr. Shapiro?
No, thank you.
Members of the jury? Any other questions coming? We'll just stay here. Dr. McCain, the jury has a couple of questions. I'm just going to ask those questions to you.
Okay.
In your testimony, you've used the phrase similar to, quote, psychological contribution, end quote. Should I interpret this to mean there is a mental component, but there is also a physical component, or does your phrase psychological contribution mean there is no physical component?
That's a hard question to there's a physical component because there are physical symptoms and those symptoms are real, but we cannot find a physical diagnosis to explain those symptoms. But they continue to be real, but what is fueling those symptoms are psychological factors.
You said you don't know what a, quote, normal child is, end quote. With your training, years of practice, fellowship, and board certifications, could you possibly agree that there are certain, quote, norms, end quote, that can or should be used in evaluating what is, quote, normal, end quote, behavior, in this case for a child raised in Maya's social economic family unit?
Yes.
Well, let me continue. I think it kind of goes on. We don't have a general, quote, baseline, end quote, to use. And if you don't know what a normal child is, how do you know when a child is abnormal or in need of your services?
And I think there are certain situations where you have normal, like for instance IQ. You have, you have what is considered normal performance, and you have aberrations of that. I think in terms of behavior, you have norms. But I just think generally, I'm talking about what is normal to a child. Every child is so different. I think that's what I was referring to.
Mr. Shapiro, do you have any follow-up?
Just briefly, Rob. If we can go back to 0372. You can take out the bottom part of the page for her now. You were asked about psychological factors. Was part of your assessment of that based on the inconsistencies that you saw in Maya's presentation?
Yes.
And in terms of her behavior and your observation of some of it being exaggerated, what was the significance to you of Mr. Kowalski also seeing that behavior?
Because in a condition like this, the more that the parents and caregivers understand what's going on, the more appropriate support they can give to help with progress.
Okay. Thank you. That's all you're on.
Mr. Anderson, any further questions?
I'm going to show you a clip here. Two questions. The first one is, have you seen this before? And I'm not going to show the whole clip. We've seen it many times, but I just wanted to show you a little bit here. The second question is, does it appear that this child is trying as hard as she can?
She might be.
Good. That was good. Can you press up a little bit for me?
That's Marissa Higgins?
Yes.
There you go. Come on, Brady. Come on, you're doing it. Toes forward. Toes forward. There you go. All right. Come on, Lefty. It's not going. You got it. You got it. Talk it to it. Come on, you gotta talk it out. You got it. You got it. Nice and tall. Nice and tall. Spank the horsey on the butt. There you go. There she is. Nice job. Sorry, Maya. Trying to get the best position here. There you go. You got it. Okay. Twist forward. Twist forward. There you go. Good job. All right. Here we go, Maya. That, oh no, we have 5 more feet. Here we go. Come on.
still think this is conversion disorder?
Based on my experience with her, yes.
Anything further, Mr. Shapiro?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, any further questions? I'm not going to be able to ask the question that was asked, but I'm going to allow the attorneys to ask additional questions. Mr. Shapiro, did you have any other questions?
Not at this time, no.
Mr. Anderson?
Did you have the opportunity to review any of the therapist's notes for that clip there, for that time?
No, I was not.
So you can't tell us one way or the other what was noted in there as to whether it was consistent or not with your therapy?
Correct.
Just one question, Your Honor.
Sure.
And I don't need to pull up your notes, Dr. McCain, but you actually took it upon yourself to personally observe Maya in therapy more than once. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Anderson?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further from the jury? Okay. Got another juror coming. Another question coming. The jury, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to ask that question. So, I think we have now completed, unless there's any other question from anybody. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
And released from any subpoenas?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Members of the jury, this is probably a good time for us to take a morning stretch break. We'll try to keep it between 5 and 10 minutes. I'm learning. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information.
All rise. Jurors exited.
The jury is out of our presence. Any issue we need to address before we go on our break? Mr. Hunter.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure. Hey, please be seated, everybody. Well, we've got one side.
Things go much more smoothly.
the spirit of asking permission and not forgiveness, this is a billing person who has a responsibility to All Children's to address the allegation that All Children's billed $500,000 for CRPS. Among the codes, of course, includes child neglect and abandonment. It's going to be in front of the jury. I can't imagine that's an issue. It's one of the 12 codes they billed under. So it is what it is.
As long as he is not being presented in any form as a, quote, expert, and he's simply a fact witness, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, he's not a medical doctor. He's not going to testify that, you know, that there was those things. So,
That's basically his affidavit.
I suppose. I don't know.
Are we ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's bring in the jury. Hey, members of the jury, just want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. And defense, your next witness, please.
Jason Baker.
Stand here, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Come this way. You're gonna have a seat in a minute.
May it please the court. Good morning, sir. Can you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Good morning. My name is Jason Bankert. I'm the Executive Director of Revenue Cycle for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
And Mr. Bankert, you may want to hold the microphone just a little bit closer to you so that way everyone throughout the courthouse can hear you.
I apologize about that.
And just to repeat, can you tell the jury what is your job title?
Yes, I'm the Executive Director of Revenue Cycle Site Services for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
So let me take you back because I have a habit of dating people, not dating them that way, but dating them. It came out awkward. It's Friday morning.
It's all right. It's quite all right.
All right, let's just get it that way. We're not dating. I don't know. All right. Let's start over.
Should we call your spouse?
Yeah.
Let's say I have to make a phone call.
Thank goodness this isn't on national TV. All right. Now that we got that out of the way, tell the jury, where did you go to undergrad?
Yes, I went to school at Bloomsburg University, which is located in Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania. My undergrad is in finance and business economics, and I was also fortunate enough to attend Bloomsburg University to get my MBA with a concentration in leadership.
And what year did you graduate with your MBA?
I graduated in 2005.
And have you, after you graduated, what type of career or profession did you pursue?
Sure. My first job coming out of college and undergrad was in December 17, 2001. I started out in healthcare finance. I was a financial analyst. That was my first job, and I have spent the last 22 years in various finance, healthcare-related roles.
Have you spent the majority of your career in healthcare finance?
I have spent all of my career in healthcare finance.
And what is your current role at All Children's, Johns Hopkins? If you could explain to the jury, what is your day-to-day?
Sure. So my day-to-day is I make sure that the patient experience from being registered at the visit, right? So when you come in, we make sure that I'm part of the scheduling process, the registration process for the visit. After the patient is seen by the provider, I'm overseeing the coding that is done by the certified coders to make sure that they capture all the services that were rendered. I'm then responsible for making sure that a clean bill goes out the door and follow up with the insurance company to make sure that we receive payment, as well as address any concerns that might be in place for any patient balances that are outstanding afterwards.
We had a chance to meet last night.
That is correct, sir.
And I told you what I was calling you to the witness stand.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Have you had a chance to review the hospital bills for Maya Kowalski for her inpatient stay of October 2016 through January 2017?
Yes, sir, I have. I had the ability to go through and take a look at the hospital claims that were filed on behalf of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital to Aetna, and was able to take a look and see of all the transactions that took place.
Have you also had a chance to review the interaction between the Kowalskis and Aetna regarding claims, processes, and denials?
That is correct, sir. Okay. I was able to receive and take a look at those communications through the online portal between the Kowalskis and Aetna regarding any procedures that were performed or any bills that took place.
Based on your training and experience...
Your Honor, I'm sorry, can we approach briefly?
You may continue, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me just re-ask the question. Did you have a chance to review some of the messaging center printouts between Mrs. Kowalski and Aetna?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. In your experience, in your role at All Children's Hospital, do you interface with insurance companies like Aetna?
We interface with insurance companies all the time, whether it's Aetna or any other payer.
Mm-hmm. And are you aware of the role of All Children's in providing medical records to Aetna for their review?
Yes. What typically happens for a lot of inpatient stays, in which this is, there's a constant communication and feedback between the insurance company, utilization management or case management department, and representing hospitals, case management and utilization management department. And what I had noticed and what I had discovered was from the time of October through about the first week of January, there was 14 correspondences from Aetna asking for clinical documentation in order to make sure that the visit was authorized, meaning that Aetna saw that the care was being provided according and we were performing the services that Aetna had agreed to allow us to perform. So from October through January 7th, approximately, give or take, every week, once a week, we had received these requests for medical documentation, and we provided it to Aetna to ensure that the authorization and medical necessity was meeting the standards.
What does that mean, medical necessity, if you could explain that to the jury?
Sure. Medical necessity, in layman's terms, is that you want to make sure that the care that's being provided to the patient is actually needed. So imagine a scenario where you have a patient who comes into the emergency room and they have a cough, right? Next thing you know, if the provider goes through and does a lung transplant, well, the insurance company is going to say, this patient only had a cough. Why are you doing a lung transplant? That's not necessary. There wasn't need for any of that. You need to treat the symptoms all the way up through to find out that the person only had a flu. So medical necessity is used by insurance companies to ensure that we are providing the proper care to the patient at the right time.
If hypothetically all children were submitting claims for the medical services being rendered but not actually performing those services, what would happen?
The claim would absolutely deny. There's two types of denials, and this is one thing in my review of the hospital claims that I took a look at. Aetna paid the claims. They never denied the claims once for medical necessity, and they never once denied the claims for no authorization. And those are two key denials that would have typically taken place for any situation that you have when services are rendered that don't match up what the authorization for the work to be performed does.
I'm going to show you what's in evidence as Trial Exhibit 2017-655. And you could probably zoom in a little bit. Well, let me first ask you, is this a medical bill?
No, sir, this isn't a bill. This just appears to be more of a detailed transaction from Aetna itself. This isn't anything that we would have sent as a bill.
So just to be clear, this, what in this trial exhibit, is not a medical bill.
That is not a medical bill, sir.
You have experience in reviewing documents like this, though, true?
That is correct, sir.
So let me ask you a little bit, when you see some of the categories, and I'll go to the top, do you see where the date received is 11/8/2016, so that would be about a month after Maya was admitted?
Yes, sir.
And then what is the type of service being billed for?
The type of service being billed for, by the looks of its room and board, based upon what I'm seeing here.
Yeah.
Your Honor, we object and would like to approach.
Jury, this is going to take us a few more minutes, so I'm going to ask that you step back to your room. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do an investigation and receive no information.
All rise. Jurors exit.
Mr. Shapiro.
Yeah, I'm asked to voir dire the witness before Mr. Shapiro begins.
I'm sorry?
I have voir dire the witness before Mr. Shapiro begins.
I'd like to make a proffer.
Mr. Shapiro is at the lectern. And
Can we put up Trial Exhibit 2017-655? Do you see on the right-hand side where it says provider name, Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
That's correct, sir.
And in your review of the hospital bills, you have reviewed the actual hospital bills at All Children's, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And I'll represent to you that the plaintiff never put those in evidence. So what I will ask you at this question, from your review of this transaction report from Aetna, does it appear to you to match the diagnosis code submitted by All Children's to Aetna for Maya Kowalski?
It appears to be in line with what I have seen. That's correct.
And in your training and experience, do you have sufficient knowledge to educate this jury when you look at the diagnoses codes about how those would relate into a bill submitted by All Children's to Aetna?
Yes, sir.
And would you be able to educate the jury about how those codes, well, let me back up. Are you aware whether these were the codes that All Children's generated when they sent them to Aetna?
I have seen many of these codes based upon the claims that I reviewed, sir.
And are you able to educate the jury on how these codes all coming together would form what's called the diagnostic related group?
Yes, sir.
And would you be able to educate the jury on how the diagnostic related group code, when combining these, would generate a medical charge?
Yes, sir.
And have you had sufficient training and experience throughout your career to be able to give that knowledge to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I need for the proffer right now.
Mr. Whitney.
Good morning.
By way of background, if I was listening closely enough, you have an MBA.
That's correct, sir.
And then how long after your MBA did you join Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
I've been with Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. It'll be a year in November, sir. And I've been in healthcare finance for 22 years.
I'm sorry if I missed this. Would you just run through the different entities that you've worked for over those 22 previous years?
Sure. I worked for Geisinger Health System for the first 15 years of my career. Penn State Health for approximately 3 years of my career. Tidal Health for 3 years of my career, and now I've been with Johns Hopkins. It'll be a year in November.
All right. Try to take those in order for me.
Yes, sir.
Geisinger Health?
Geisinger Health System.
This is a hospital system?
It is a massive health system. Approximately $6 billion in annual revenue.
Right, and you worked in providing, I'm guessing, tell me if I'm wrong, within the health system, providing bills to the insurance company.
I was the director of revenue cycle integrity for Geisinger Health System for a period of time that dealt with coding issues, billing issues, CDM issues, charge capture issues, things of that nature.
Sorry, did you say revenue?
Integrity, sir.
Revenue integrity. Okay.
It's to ensure the accuracy of the claim.
So, in revenue integrity and these other roles, they're generating from the hospital side or the health system side, sending this out to the insurer and having a liaison relationship with the insurance company from there.
Yes, sir.
All right. I heard Penn State.
That's correct, sir.
Part of their health system.
Yes, sir.
And was it a similar role to the first, Geisinger?
The role at Penn State Health was I had oversight of the entire revenue cycle for one of their hospitals, St. Joseph's Hospital in Reading, Pennsylvania. Mm-hmm. I was responsible for the entire scope of revenue cycle, not just one piece of it. After that, after we had a merging of data systems converting onto one EMR and billing platform. We combined all the hospitals onto one.
Sure.
I was then responsible for mergers and acquisitions, which led to the implementation of new revenue cycles into any hospital and or physician group that we acquired. I then transitioned into the role of overseeing the entire hospital billing and collections operations for Penn State Health before I transitioned to Title Health.
Understood. Quite an impressive number of roles within Penn State, and at some point involved in mergers and acquisitions. But if I'm understanding correctly, again, your roles there were focused on billing from the hospital or health system side and providing those to the insurance company, and then working out any disputes over payments. Is that right?
Many communications with the insurance companies for payment resolution was also part of the responsibility.
All right. And then the final, before Johns Hopkins, is Title Health.
Title Health, sir.
Would you please explain what Title Health is?
Title Health is a multi-hospital physician group health system on the eastern shore of Maryland, where I oversaw the entire revenue cycle for that health system.
Would it be fair to say that your role there was similar to the previous two health system, hospital systems you worked in?
It's fair to say that that role is similar to what I performed at Penn State Health, and it's very much similar to what I perform now today.
All right. And then your fourth and final role has been with Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
That's correct, sir.
And similar function.
Yes, sir.
All right. Have we covered the span of your career from graduating with your MBA until joining Johns Hopkins and to the present day?
Well, technically, sir, I started after my undergrad at Bloomsburg University.
All right.
And then achieved my MBA while I was working.
Have we missed any significant employment?
No, sir.
All right. It's true that you've never worked for an insurance company.
100%.
You've never worked for Aetna.
That's correct, sir.
You've never, from the insurance company side, been involved in creating a document like what we have at Exhibit 2017.
Can you show me that, please?
Sure. Let's pull up 207-681.
2017?
2017-681. This is an example, and I'll represent to you that, we have several hundred pages,
Okay.
like what you see here.
All right.
You'd agree with me first, this is a record generated by Aetna.
That is correct.
And you've never been involved in crafting a document on behalf of an insurance company similar to the one you see here.
That's correct, sir.
So you don't know, from the insurance company's perspective, what information they rely upon in creating a document like this.
I don't know if I would agree with that, because from the hospital billing standpoint, we would be able to feed that information to the insurance company, which I am assuming this is what their byproduct is.
That's an assumption of yours, yes?
I've never dealt with this side of that piece of healthcare, sir.
You couldn't tell us, for example, if I look at this here, and again this is 2017-681, what specifically the Aetna person was looking at in coalescing together these diagnostic codes on this specific document.
I'm not understanding your question, sir.
If you see the diagnostic codes there, there's 1,
Yes, sir.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 of them. You can't, you would not be able to say how it is that the Aetna representative decided that those diagnostic codes should go on this document, would you?
What I can tell you is that we provided this information to Aetna via the coding that we have performed. It would show up on our hospital claim, then be submitted to Aetna. How Aetna takes that information and put this particular document together, I can't tell you. But I can tell you that the codes that are on here would not have magically appeared. We would have had to provide that information to Aetna to have them be able to pull that.
I don't know the answer to this question. Are you a trained medical coder?
No, sir.
All right. So you've never performed a role as a medical coder.
Excuse me, sir, no. I'm not a certified professional coder.
Your responsibilities are oversight of revenue cycle, meaning making sure that the bills that go out are paid in a timely and satisfactory basis.
As I stated, sir, my job, what do I push to you because I have to cough?
Make sure should be a little button.
There's a button on the
If
bottom.
not, just turn away from the.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Now, when I oversee the entire revenue cycle, the revenue cycle just isn't coding. The revenue cycle includes scheduling a patient, getting prior authorization for a patient, registering that patient when they show up through the door, overseeing the coding team who's responsible for ensuring that the services that were provided have an appropriate diagnosis code related to it, which then falls into the billing team to make sure that those diagnosis codes are appropriately attached to a bill to be submitted to the insurance company. I then have to make sure that the insurance company not only pays, but pays properly or appropriately for the services that were rendered, as well as if there's any patient obligation or responsibility after the insurance company pays, to make sure that the follow-up is provided with that patient to collect on their balances. So the revenue cycle is not just coding, sir. It is a very large magnitude of the patient experience.
But again, you're not a medical coder.
That's correct, sir.
And so, for example, if we see a diagnosis code of G90.59, would you know what that is?
I would just read what's on the screen here, and based upon my review, I know it's complex regional pain syndrome.
And within the Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital system, there exists, separate from these documents, an entire set of medical bills that were submitted on behalf of the Kowalski family to Aetna. Yes?
Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital submitted both hospital and professional claims to Aetna for reimbursement.
And do you have those with you here today?
No, sir.
And so are you able to compare those bills to these documents to see how it is that Aetna arrived at this coalescence, this conglomeration of diagnoses on this date compared to the hospital bills?
This here is an incomplete story. I would not be able to definitively match this up to a particular bill that was sent by us.
Nothing else.
Can we put back 2017-655? And Mr. Banker, by the way, in your job, are you called on to review and interpret transaction reports such as these?
In my role, it is not uncommon for me to review any concerns with payer issues.
And do you routinely interface with Aetna and other third parties?
Yes, we have consistent communication with all of our payers.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Sure.
else in proffer that either side wishes to do?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Hey, Mr. Bankert, if you could wait outside for a couple minutes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, this witness has been called by the defense to refute the suggestion that all children's billed $500,000 for CRPS care. As this witness was about to testify, CRPS was one of many diagnoses that gets bundled together into a group of codes that are then submitted to Aetna, that Aetna then reimbursed. There's this, he absolutely has foundational knowledge to testify to that, and I don't think the plaintiffs are disputing that. The only thing they're disputing is, can he be shown an Aetna transaction report, which contains a complete mirror image of the all children's bill that the plaintiff failed to put into evidence, and testify on that document and say, based on this, it confirms that All Children's Hospital sent a bill to Aetna for this charge, this was paid, with no co-pays, and the diagnoses codes that were submitted for this amount included complex regional pain syndrome along with 11 other diagnoses codes. It was Mr. Kowalski was entitled to take the stand and testify to what all of these documents meant with no foundation that he had any experience at all in interpreting third-party daily transaction reports. Clearly, this witness has vast more experience than Mr. Kowalski does. He knows exactly where the codes came from because he reviewed the medical bills from All Children's and Proffer. If it's just a matter of this, I can direct examine him without showing him this, and he can still proffer the same testimony that I reviewed all the All Children's bills, and I can just walk him through it. Did it include these diagnoses, and how does that come together to represent a charge? So I think the only narrow question is, can I do it through this document? And I can tell you from an authenticity standpoint, it absolutely matches the bill that was submitted.
Mr. Whitney.
He has foundational issues. He's never worked at any insurance company to have any foundation or knowledge to comment on how the bills from Aetna that are in evidence are created, how that information is coalesced, why they appear the way they do. He also has never been a medical coder, so he can't comment on the diagnostic codes and how those are arrived at. And that's where this is going to go, to him being allowed to interpret how the Joint Exhibit 1001, the medical records from Johns Hopkins, go from there through a medical coder, he's never been, to the insurance company, and then how the insurance company turns those around and why we see these documents in front of us.
Which is unknown to expert opinion.
Very brief response, Your Honor. It sounds like the plaintiff's position is, without the diagnostic expertise of an expert coming in on medical coding and saying that these codes were not properly done and these are not properly on the bill, that a jury could not hear that information and grasp it. So again, we would move at this point for directed verdict because they've never produced a medical coder, a medical biller, or anyone with the expertise that the plaintiff is now requiring All Children's to bring to trial and refute. They've never put the medical bills in evidence. They've never brought medical coding. They've never brought an expert in medical billing. The window's closed for this, and now they're trying to prevent the defense from bringing an extremely qualified witness. I don't think anyone's disputing that he is qualified to talk about how hospital charges are generated with various diagnosis codes. It's what he does all day, every day. So it's fascinating to the defense that the plaintiff is taking the position that they didn't put the medical bills in evidence, that this testimony before it can go to the jury has to be done from an expert coder, and they have neither.
Well, it seems to me, and I recollect, although I don't remember the exact contours, is there was an agreement between the parties before the plaintiffs rested concerning the medical
bill issue. And I just don't I don't recollect the exact contours of the agreement. I remember when Mr. Alton Byrne and Mr. Whitney were going back and forth. There was discussions back then about the defendants not moving for a directed verdict if they wouldn't do certain things. And I just don't remember. I'm just...
If I could help clarify.
I don't think it matters at this point. Let me try to talk my way through this. So I do remember that there was some specific issues, although the contours of them I don't recall. What it seems, Mr. Whitney, that you're attempting to have me say is that this witness can't testify to something that it seems like people under him deal with on a day in and a day out basis. He, being this witness, testified he was over the medical coders, and that these are the types of things that are routinely reviewed. So, it seems to me that, yes, he's commenting on a Aetna document, but the reality is you have the same ability to cross-reference the actual medical bill versus the Aetna. And if those two are somehow married to each other, which I suspect they are, although I don't know because I personally haven't gone and done it, but I suspect they are, or pretty close, then a lot of this is kind of a hyper-technical issue. And if the whole point is to seek the truth for the jury, then I don't think it really matters if there's really not a concern that on the Aetna side is somewhat or mostly mirrored to what's on the hospital side, then I'm fine with it, and certainly would give the plaintiffs the ability to cross-examine and suggest that what's on the insurance side somehow doesn't match what's on the hospital. Now, maybe that is the case, and maybe we're going to have an explosive cross-examination on this particular issue of hospital bills.
Sure. Understood.
So that's a long-winded way of saying I'm going to let Mr. Shapiro continue with this witness. Let's bring in this witness. Let's bring in the jury. Monitor okay? Well, do we have a spill down there? No. Okay.
That's wet, yeah.
Okay, members of the jury want to confirm while you're away you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that correct? Okay, and also that you haven't seen any media about this case? And no one's approached you. Mr. Shapiro, you may continue.
Thank you. Clay, if you don't mind putting back up Trial Exhibit 2017-655. And Mr. Banker, in your role, are you familiar? Do you oversee the people that do medical billing and coding?
Yes, sir.
In your role, are you familiar with what the various diagnoses codes are?
From what I'm seeing here, yes, sir.
And again, we left off looking at the top. Type of service provided was what, sir?
It appeared to be room and board.
Okay. So let me talk to you about the diagnoses codes. Do you see down below there's approximately 12 of them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What I'd like you to tell the jury is this. How do these diagnoses codes generate into, well, before I do that, actually, let me ask you, how do these diagnoses codes relate to a medical charge? How do these come together?
Sure. So these diagnosis codes, what happens is a provider goes in, they see the patient, they do some form of workup with the patient, whether it's a consult, whether there was labs performed, whether there was any testing done, any services rendered. So a physician or provider is responsible for documenting all of the services that they render on that patient. Okay? Then we have a group of certified coders who go in, read the chart, read what services were performed, and then assign the appropriate CPT or HCPCS code for those services rendered.
So actually, let's put up 1001-31, 0031, 1001-0031, and if you can go to the next page. Next page, please. I'll get there eventually. Next page, next page, next page. And one more page. Okay. Mr. Banker, I'll represent to you that this is the history and physical that Maya Kowalski came into All Children's Hospital with on October 7th. And Clay, if you can highlight under impressions and chronic diagnoses. Do you see where it says complex regional pain syndrome diagnosed by outpatient physicians?
That's correct, sir.
Is this the type of information that, in your experience overseeing coding, that the coders would look for to see what types of diagnosis codes to put on a medical bill?
Yes, sir. They would take a look at this.
So let's go back to what we were talking about, Trial Exhibit 2017655. And again, we'll expand. There you go. So now we see the first diagnosis there of complex regional pain syndrome, and then there's a number of other diagnoses codes on the left. So, for example, they line up, but maybe you can help. Is the G90.59, what is that diagnosis code for?
That represents complex regional pain syndrome.
And then the T76-02XA, what is that?
Child neglect or abandonment suspected.
And then the next one, B37.81.
Yeah, candidal esophagitis.
Okay. In fairness, you're not a medical doctor, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So, without wasting time and going through all 12, can you explain to the jury how did these 12 diagnoses codes get on there? Is that from the coding process?
That's from the provider documenting all the services that they have rendered, and then a coder, a professional certified coder, comes in and actually assigns the codes based upon the services that are rendered. And there's a separation of those kinds of duties to ensure the accuracy and integrity of what's being done.
Yeah, and can you, if you can explain to the jury, what do you mean by that separation of duties?
Yeah, we like to ensure that the coders, every organization that I've ever worked at, the professional or certified coding teams have a working relationship with the providers, but they do not have a reporting relationship to the providers. We do that to allow for accuracy and integrity of the work that's being done. We want to ensure that the coders are not biased in what they're utilizing for the codes that they're putting down for the services that are rendered.
So how does these codes work together to generate a bill?
So these codes work together to create a DRG, which is a diagnosis-related grouping that is submitted on a claim.
Okay, and what is a DRG? Like, is there like, do you pick that? Does a computer pick it? How's that work?
So the DRG is generated. So DRG's diagnosis-related grouping. To better understand what a DRG is, think of an everything pizza, right? You have the dough, you got the sauce, then you got the cheese, then you got the mushrooms, peppers, onions, the bacon, pepperoni, all that good stuff, right? Well, the DRG is that pizza. It's the all-encompassing of all the ingredients that were created. So these diagnosis codes, when combined together, create a DRG, which is then fired and triggered by the system to go out on the door on a claim.
And is the charge that goes from All Children's to Aetna based on that DRG?
The charge is based upon the DRG.
So, to be very clear, when All Children's is submitting a charge for $69,621, That's not for just complex regional pain syndrome, is it?
No, sir. Based upon what I'm seeing here, there's multiple services that were rendered, and because of the type of service, room and board, I would imagine that was part of the charges as well. In fact, when I looked at the hospital bills that we had submitted on behalf of All Children's Hospital, the vast majority of the charges were actually room and board, respiratory therapy, physical therapy, and occupational therapy.
Okay. Do you remember the exact charge for room and board as you sit here today?
Room and board charges are typically around $4,500 a day, give or take, in that range.
Well, let me ask you, do you remember what the monthly charge for room and board, or would it refresh your recollection if I showed you the bill?
Can you show me the bill, please, sir?
If I may approach you on it?
You may show it to Mr. Whitney first.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
And if you can tell the jury this, what is the charge on the All Children's bill for the room and board?
Yeah, so we have PEDS beds days of 23 units, meaning that patient was in a bed for 23 days. Those charges were for $69,621. We then have 7 units or 7 days where the patient was in an ICU bed, and those charges were $50,071.
Let me stop you there. On the first one, you said that the charge submitted for the bed was $69,621?
For all 23 days, sir.
Okay, and if you look on your screen, does that match the charge submitted for room and board?
It's very much so, yes, sir.
If I may approach you?
You may.
Oh, and by the way, do the diagnosis codes on this sheet match the diagnosis codes on the hospital bill in front of you?
At glance, yes, sir.
Okay, if I may approach. To your knowledge, is that room and board charge there regardless of the actual diagnoses?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so let me ask you next about the process. And I think you sort of talked to the jury earlier about what would happen. Well, let me ask you, in your position as the billing, in your position overseeing finance at All Children's, what would happen if All Children's wasn't providing care for these 12 diagnoses codes? What would you expect to see?
Yeah.
Objection Foundation. Overruled. You can answer.
Yeah. So what we would expect to see, it's not uncommon practice for any insurance company to deny a claim if they feel that the claim was billed in error. In this instance here, the claims that we had submitted to Aetna, none of the claims that we have submitted, to my recollection, have ever been denied for either med necessity or no authorization or for any reason whatsoever. In fact, Aetna actually paid us for the services rendered that we had there.
So, for example, if All Children's Hospital was representing to Aetna that they were billing for complex regional pain syndrome but not providing services for that, in your experience, would Aetna have rejected the claim?
There would have been a denial.
So let me show you what next is Trial Exhibit 2017-767. And again, if you can pull it out a little bit there. At the top, again, under the provider name, this was from All Children's Hospital. Do you see that, Mr. Dane?
Yes, sir.
And then this was, for example, the January 5th bill. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And to the extent you know, why is there a charge submitted and an amount paid?
From what I could see here, the diagnosis code of T74.92XA was the diagnosis code. What this bill is relating to, from what I'm seeing here, it looks like it's 26 services for $78,702, and the type of service rendered is room and board.
Okay. So, I guess the simpler question I was trying to ask you, there's a difference in what All Children submit and what they get paid by Aetna. Is that based on the contractual?
Oh,
rates?
absolutely. So what you see submitted as charges, we have a contract with any insurance company any insurance company that we have a contract with. We have agreed upon reimbursement for those services rendered. In this instance, we had charged $78,702 for the services rendered. We had agreed to accept as payment $44,073 for all the services that we had provided on that for that claim.
Okay. And just to be clear, and I think everyone here, for better or for worse, has experience with medical bills, the difference is not because Aetna said we didn't provide the services, that's just the contracted reimbursement
It's
rate.
a contractual adjustment that is taken.
Okay. And the bills that are going are actually, what you're billing for is for the procedures and the services, not for the codes. Is that
That is
fair?
correct, sir.
Okay. So, and in this case, I would direct your attention to the diagnoses codes. Do you see that in January, the diagnosis of complex regional pain syndrome fell from 1st to 5th?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
And at least at this point, the child maltreatment had now risen to the primary diagnosis.
It was the primary focus of care, sir.
And is that what the medical coders are picking up in their review of the medical
It's
bills?
based upon the most services that are being rendered at that point in time for the care of the patient.
And in your review of the records, did you see at any point on this bill or any of the bills Aetna saying that the services provided by All Children's did not match what All Children's represented to Aetna that they were performing?
No, I looked at two batches of information. I looked at the hospital bills that we submitted as an organization and validated that we have never received a denial from med necessity or no authorization. I also reviewed the correspondence between Ms. Kowalski and Aetna regarding physician services that were rendered. And I went through and I reviewed every one of those pages. And what I thought was interesting was it tells you very clearly in those documents whether or not a service was paid. And it would call out claim processed as in-network, meaning that the insurance company processed that claim. When I was going down through and looking at the correspondence, what was very intriguing was out of all those claims that I read and reviewed in that correspondence, there was one that was actually denied. And it was denied for $11 for a pathologist charge that was overseeing, some lab results. And that really struck me because that tells me the thoroughness that Aetna was utilizing to evaluate all the claims that we were sending, that they just weren't, just signing off on everything, that they were actually reviewing everything that we were sending in for submission of reimbursement to the fact that they found an $11 charge that they said, no, this is part of the bundled payment. But that's the only denial that I saw out of all the correspondence.
Let me put up Trial Exhibit 2438-005. And they're grainy, so we're going to focus on the top half of that. It's hard to see. Is this the one that you said was the $11? Oh, sorry. I think this one was approved. Is that right? Is that how I read this?
Yeah, it's in the state. There's one.
Yeah, I think it's at 2438-025. We'll focus in a little bit.
Yes.
So from your entire review of all the Aetna Messaging Center documents and all the records and all the bills, of the totality that All Children submitted, there was only a dispute from Aetna for $11. Is that right?
That's what I'm seeing right here, sir.
Okay. Based on your review of all the All Children's documents, all the responses from Aetna, the fact that Aetna agreed that the services provide... Well, let me ask you, when Aetna responds back to the hospital with an agreement to pay the bill, does that indicate to you whether they have found that the bills were medically necessary in relationship to the services?
I have found in my experience through 20 plus years in healthcare finance, insurance companies will deny claims for a multitude of reasons, up to and including medical necessity and no authorization. And I have not seen any of that in the notes that I reviewed here or in the hospital claims that I reviewed, sir.
While we're on that subject, You did have a chance to review a number of claims. Let me ask you about this. If we can go to Trial Exhibit 2017. (202). If you can expand a little bit. This, again, would be similar to that Aetna, what did you call it before?
That's like a transaction report, sir.
Okay. And if you look on the sort of right-hand side in the first column, it says Quorum. It's a pharmacy company.
Mm-hmm.
That's not all children's.
That's not all children's, sir.
Okay. Do you know why this was submitted to the jury?
I can't tell you why it was submitted to the jury.
What about, let's go to the same exhibit number, but at 266. And expand a little bit. This is from Dr. Ashraf, Hanna for services, and looks like February of 2016 before the hospitalization at issue. This isn't related to anything all children's did, right?
That doesn't appear to be an all children's provider, sir.
Overruled.
So let's go back and just confirm. You can take that down if you want, Clay. Did all children's bill?
Yeah. Can I see you for a second?
Sure. Just a couple more questions, Mr. Baker. Did all children's bill Aetna $500,000 for complex regional pain syndrome?
No, sir. Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital billed $500,000 for a litany of services that were rendered. It wasn't complex regional pain syndrome. In fact, as I stated before, the vast majority of charges that we submitted were tied to room and board, respiratory therapy, physical therapy, and occupational therapy, along with a litany of other diagnoses that were performed on the patient.
I appreciate your time, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Whitney.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
Before we start talking about the bills, I just wanted to make sure I understood your career correctly.
Sir.
And you and I had a moment to speak outside the presence of the jury, so I won't try to rehash the whole thing. But am I correct that you've worked in the field for approximately 22 years?
I've worked in healthcare finance for approximately 22 years.
Right. And although you've been with several different hospital systems or health systems, during those 22 years, you have worked never for an insurance company. Is that true?
That is correct.
And so, as you sit here today, for example, if we put up Exhibit 2017741, and it's similar to the documents you were just shown by defense counsel. I've just selected one here. You've never been involved in the creation of an insurance record like the one before you.
That's correct.
Right. All of your experience is drawn from the hospital side in submitting bills to the insurance companies.
All my experience has been on the provider side, sir.
Provider side, excuse me.
Sir.
Your testimony, however, is that the hospital bills bear a one-to-one relationship, a mere relationship with these documents, correct?
My testimony is that I've reviewed the hospital claims, and based upon what I've seen here, there appears to be a match in what we have submitted to what this document is providing.
All right, so the jury can rely on the fact that looking at these Aetna documents, these are based upon the bills that Johns Hopkins submitted to Aetna.
I wouldn't make that leap, sir. I didn't create this report. What I'm telling you is that the information that we submit on claims, Aetna's pulling this information from somewhere off of the claims that we had submitted to them.
Can you or can you not testify to the validity of these bills?
I can testify, well, these are not bills, sir, but I can testify to the validity of the bills that we had sent to Aetna, and I can also intelligently explain what this stuff, what, you know, a lot of these items are talking about here on the screen.
All right. Looking at this, I'm sorry, you don't call this a bill. What do you call this?
It looks like some form of transaction report, sir.
All right. Looking at this transaction report, you'd agree with me that this particular one is from December 6th, 2016?
That is the date that it was received, sir. So are you asking for when the received of the bill, or are you talking about the services, or the date of the services being rendered?
The date that Aetna received the bill from Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital.
12/6/2016.
All right. And I know you focused with defense counsel on a couple of bills that were for room and board. This one says type of service, hospital ancillary. You didn't focus on any of those with him. Would you please explain what hospital ancillary is?
Well, it's hospital ancillary, and its ancillary services are typically any services that are provided on a patient for a multitude of factors that are taking place. So if you look here, the ancillary care involves complex regional pain syndrome, child neglect, candidal esophagitis, unspecified protein, calorie, malnutrition. When you see on the diagnosis codes here, sir, all these services and these diagnosis codes were individual services provided to that patient. So there are a multitude of services that were rendered on that patient to generate the charges submitted.
We're talking about medical services here.
That is correct, sir.
All right. And you testified earlier that the top diagnostic code is the focal point of that bill, correct?
The top diagnosis code is typically where a lot of the work is being focused on at that point in time of care.
And although you're not a medical biller or coder, but you oversee them.
That's correct, sir.
Right? You're aware that certain diagnostic codes carry a higher reimbursement rate than others.
That's correct, sir.
All right. So, for example, something like complex regional pain syndrome carries a higher reimbursement rate than, let's say, constipation.
I wouldn't agree with that, sir.
You wouldn't?
I would not agree with that because the reason is the DRG that was submitted to Aetna for the hospital claims that we sent through, there was no specific reimbursement for the DRG. It actually triggered a per diem reimbursement model that we had with Aetna at that point in time. So I would not sit there and say that CRPS would generate increase, decrease, or remain neutral any DRG, because a DRG consists of multiple services that are provided, not just one.
You'd agree with me that complex regional pain syndrome is the focal point of this bill on December 6th?
I would agree that complex regional pain syndrome is the top line in this
statement. All right. Sir. And you described the top line as the focal point earlier, right? You're not backing off that testimony, are you?
No, sir.
All right. Now, charge submitted, $18,000, and then amount paid just over $10,000, again, for services, bills delivered in December 2016, with the focal point being complex regional pain syndrome, just over $10,000, correct?
There was also appears to be 12 other services that were rendered.
My question was, is complex regional pain syndrome the focal point of this bill where $10,000 was paid?
I can tell you that complex regional pain syndrome is part of what we had submitted for the
Are you backing off your testimony about the top line being a focal point?
I would ask Mr. Whitney to witness the times of this.
I think he has, so you can continue.
Okay.
Are you backing off your testimony that the top line of the bill is the focal point?
No, sir.
All right. So you'd agree with me that as of December 2016, the focal point of this $10,000 that Johns Hopkins received was complex regional pain syndrome?
It appears to be, sir.
All right. Now, you talked a lot about how Aetna never challenged the billing and paid for all the billing.
Yes, sir.
All right. When Aetna communicates with someone like yourself inside the hospital system, how do they cross-check whether the diagnoses are valid or invalid?
So for this instance, there's a utilization management department inside the insurance company, and we have a utilization case management department and inpatient financial clearance teams. They work in conjunction to make sure that the services that we're going to provide are authorized to be performed. And during that period of time, there is communication or sometimes medical requests for information to maintain the authorization or to keep the care, to make sure that the approved treatment plan is going forward. Once the authorizations are completed and we continue to send, and like I stated earlier, then from October through January, the first week of January, there was 14 correspondences between Aetna asking for medical review or medical documents and All Children's Hospital that we provided. Once all that has been taken into consideration, we then send a bill to the insurance company to be adjudicated. If what we send does not line up with what is authorized, there will be a denial for a no authorization or a medical necessity, sir.
All right. Thank you for the explanation. In substantiating the billing, you provide them medical records on occasion.
As requested, sir.
As requested by, and then here 14 different occasions.
Yeah, it appeared about every week, sir.
And the documentation you provide with the medical records.
That is correct, sir.
Right. So, and what the insurance company is looking for is to see if the diagnosis that you're submitting bills for is actually present in the medical records.
They're making sure that it's...
Right. So if a diagnosis that the hospital doesn't believe in is still carried forward in the medical records beyond the point that they believe that to be a diagnosis, insurance company doesn't know the difference, do they?
I can't honestly answer that question, sir. I don't know what you... Can you ask it again?
Sure. Let me ask it a different way.
Yeah.
If you have physicians that came in here and testified that as of November 7th, they didn't believe complex regional pain syndrome was a diagnosis, insurance company doesn't know that, do they?
I don't know. I don't handle the mindset of the
that doctor keeps a diagnosis in the record. Insurance company looks, says it's still in the record. They don't actually interview the doctor and say, "Do you really believe this?"
Well, I would disagree with you because, and here's why. It's not uncommon for insurance companies to sit there and ask for a peer-to-peer review with medical providers to ensure that the care is being done. That does happen.
In submitting these bills, can you just guess? Can you just guess at the diagnoses?
No, sir.
So if an anesthesiologist came in here, and when he's asked, does this child have complex regional pain syndrome or not, and the response is, what do you mean? Is that valid?
Objection, mischaracterization of evidence.
Overruled.
Ask your question again, please, sir.
If the anesthesiologist on the case doesn't even know if complex regional pain syndrome is a valid diagnosis or not, is this a valid bill?
If the anesthesiologist, their job is to perform the services that is rendered or asked of them, and they will document that into the note, and then the coder will come in and provide the diagnosis code related behind it.
Right.
So the difference is that you need to understand, and I think is that the services rendered would be captured by the coders, and that the fact that the coders are a separate entity from the providers, if it's in the record and it's documented and it's captured,
right,
they will code accordingly for it.
Right. So if you have an anesthesiologist who doesn't know what the diagnosis is, testify to that, but put it down in the record, it's properly coded as far as the insurance company is concerned, because when they look at the medical record, there it is.
You still have to perform the services to treat.
you're aware in your various roles that as a hospital, when you send out bills to the insurance company, those create financial obligations not just for the insurance company, but for the patient and their family, right?
Depending on the insurance plan they have, yes, sir.
Majority
and depending
of the time.
on, well, may I explain?
Is it true or not that in certain instances...
He can finish his answer.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. The reason why it's important to understand is because it depends on if there's secondary insurance or not, and who that secondary insurance is. So that's why it matters, because in instances where we bill insurance companies for it, if there's a secondary insurance, and depending on who that secondary insurance is, the ability to bill the patient afterwards may not be allowed.
Let me ask it this way. Have you looked to see what kind of financial obligation the hospital's billing for complex regional pain syndrome as the focal point, even as late as December and January, created for the Kowalski family?
I have not. I'm not aware of any.
You can't speak to that, right?
That is correct, sir.
All right. No further questions this time.
Sure.
So, Mr. Bankert, I think, just to be clear, when All Children's is sending a bill that includes a diagnosis of CRPS among the diagnostic-related group to Aetna, before Aetna pays that, they're checking when requesting records to see did All Children's provide medically necessary services for that code. Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
So if the jury has heard testimony from experts that the treatment for CRPS is physical therapy, occupational therapy, and cognitive behavioral therapy, what Aetna is doing before they pay their bills when they're requesting records is to see, did All Children's provide those services in relation to the code? Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And in your review of the entire months of Maya's stay, did Aetna ever reject those bills for CRPS?
We have not received any denials for medical necessity or no authorization that I have not seen.
And even to this day, in 2023, years later, that's still true. Aetna still has not.
I am not aware of them recouping any dollars for any services rendered.
And from your review of the bills, did you see whether, I know you said the copay zero, do you know if Mr. Kowalski ever paid anything?
I'm not aware of any patient obligation or anything that has been paid.
No other questions?
One more question. Were you aware that the Johns Hopkins expert that came in here to testify about CRPS, complex regional pain syndrome, testified that Maya never had that condition?
Sir, I'm not aware of anything that has taken place prior to me being here today.
No other questions?
Members of the jury, Mr. Bankert, there's several questions, but before that, there was a question from one of the jurors about the medical bills, and I just forgot what I was going to say.
Do you want me to remind you?
Yes, please.
That the attorneys are working on the submissions to the jury, which should hopefully include the relevant medical bills.
There we go. And why I couldn't remember that just 10 seconds previous, I don't know. Now, Mr. Bankert, the questions are from the jury. Can you tell us, if you know, the interval criteria that utilization review uses for CRPS?
I cannot tell you the interval specific to CRPS. What I can tell you is the submission between October and January. There was 14 requests from Aetna for us to fill to provide the medical to provide medical records to them for the services that we were rendering. But as far as individually for CRPS, no, sir.
Again, if you know, can you tell us the interval criteria that utilization criteria use for conversion disorder?
Once again, the criteria for a specific disorder is dependent upon how long the authorization is good for. Okay, so when we are, for some services that we have to render as a provider, we have to get authorization from the insurance company to be able to perform before we can even perform those services. Okay, and so the authorization to be able to perform those services has to take place for a period of time, and that authorization only lasts for so long before you have to go back and ask again to continue that level of care.
Just hold that for the next round.
It's the wording.
I'm sorry?
It's the wording.
It's the wording?
Yeah.
Sorry. QUAL?
Yeah, interqual.
Interqual.
Yeah.
I apologize. So, can you tell us the interqual criteria, that utilization criteria they use for conversion disorder?
I cannot. The case management or utilization management team would be able to answer that question. But me personally, I cannot. I'm not a case manager by trade.
Now,
good question.
The next question, again, if you know, can you tell us the criteria for unspecified child maltreatment confirmed?
Can you read that again, Your Honor, please?
If you know, can you tell us the criteria for unspecified child maltreatment confirmed?
Unfortunately, that falls along the lines of a professional or certified coder, and I do not have that certification. There would have to be documentation in the record to call that out for the coder to be able to come in and classify that diagnosis.
Is this correct? The coder will place the primary diagnosis first?
The amount of care that is provided, okay, to trigger what is going on the most, that will automatically move up to the top. So whatever is the focal point of care at that point in time will have a tendency to rise to the top. It's also, I think, very important to understand that a lot of times what starts out as the focal point of care when a patient comes in through our doors doesn't end up being the focal point of care at a later point in time. We have a common practice. It is common practice in healthcare that when a patient comes to our facility, that outside physicians or outside providers who are rendering care give us, some form of background, some form of information of services that they're providing for this patient or treatment that's being done. And that's usually what we start out with. And that's usually what starts out with in the care of the patient because of the expertise of that outside provider or the feedback that we get from that patient. But as the stay continues, that can obviously change in terms of what's being treated.
Can you describe to the jury what a DRG is?
Yes, sir. The DRG stands for Diagnosis-Related Groupings. What happens, and it goes back to the pizza analogy that I provided, there's multiple diagnoses that are provided for that patient during their care for that period of time, okay? And when you bundle them all together, they're individual diagnoses, but when you bundle them all together, it triggers what is classified as the DRG, or diagnosis-related grouping. What that means is, hey, all these services that you rendered fall in line in treating this type of particular illness or this kind of particular malady, okay? And so that DRG is then submitted on the hospital side to the insurance companies to go through the reimbursement process.
Following that question, is that bundle payment for a specific diagnosis?
That bundle payment is not for a specific diagnosis. That bundle payment is for all the services that were rendered to treat the patient for that period of care. As I mentioned previously, it covers, there was multiple maladies that DRG covered, as well as the room and board, the physical therapy, the occupational therapy, and the respiratory therapy that was taking place. So it wasn't just for a particular diagnosis, it's for all of the services that we performed, including room and board and the therapies.
When you say the hospital billed for meds, PT, OT, respiratory therapy, what diagnosis did you bill those under? There has to be a diagnosis tied to those services, question mark?
Yeah, so when all those services are rendered, they are added together with all the other services that we do, okay? Whether it was administration of any medications, whether it was lab work, whether it was anything else that we did during that period of time, the therapies, along with the other services that we did, would all get wrapped together to be part of that DRG or part of that reimbursement. They have revenue codes that are assigned to each one of them individually, and codes that are assigned to them individually, that when you combine them together, form that diagnosis-related grouping.
Do you work closely with the utilization review team in your hospital?
I have the privilege of overseeing the case management and utilization management team at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
When a patient is admitted to the hospital, isn't it correct the utilization team will review the diagnosis the patient was admitted under and use the interqual criteria to see if the patient meets the admission guidelines for that diagnosis, in this case CRPS. If Maya did not meet the guidelines for the diagnosis of CRPS per interqual, there would have to have been a peer-to-peer review with physicians, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Then every few days, the utilization team will perform a concurrent review to continue to be sure Maya's care and treatment continues to meet guidelines for inpatient admission and get authorization from her insurance. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Shapiro, I've now completed the reading of the jurors' questions. Do you have any further questions?
No. I appreciate the education. I don't. Thank you.
Yeah, mercy.
You don't want to ask what interqual is? I'm being facetious. May this witness be excused.
Yes,
or actually, members of the jury, did you have any other questions?
He may be excused.
And released from all subpoenas?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you all's time. Take care.
$140 for the jury to be back, ready to go. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do the investigation and receive no information.
All rise. Jurors exit.
the jury's out of our presence, any issues we need to address before we
Not
go?
from the defense.
Not from the plaintiff.
And if we were back at 125, is that appropriate?
Yes, sir.
Did you say 140 for the jury?
What 140 for the jury, 125 for us, giving us 15 minutes.
Yes.
See you at 125.
Can we find out, are we showing depositions after this?
No, we have a witness.
Here?
I don't know who's here. It's the pharmacist.
Can I see the attorneys real quick?
I have finished the ruling on the objections to Dr. Vose's deposition designations that the defense sent. I don't think I have seen any plaintiff objections, if there are any.
We don't have any.
And so my assistant will be sending those out sometime this afternoon.
Great, Judge. And for purposes of depositions, we do have Dr. Hanna's dep ready to go today. It's considerably shorter because at 10:30 last night, the plaintiffs withdrew a lot of their designations after we've all reviewed them. And then we also have Dr. Byrne's deposition ready to go.
And back to Dr. Vose for just a second. There was like one question I had because I didn't know what was actually designated in the page or two before. Okay. So I'll need to know that, and you'll see my
We'll see it. Okay.
handwrite. So that lengthy note that might not be very legible is I need to know what actually was designated in the page or two before.
All right. Excellent, Judge. I'll let you know.
We do have one issue with Dr. Hanna's deposition. We'd like the court to take another look. I have a copy of the clip report here, if helpful.
Okay.
And we would be a 403 issue. I can show whatever you like.
Yeah, I just...
Which Hanna deposition?
Okay.
Yes, about Fern.
Is it volume 1 or volume 2?
But okay.
What date? There was a couple
It's
of
the November 20th, 2020 deposition.
That was the earliest one.
What page?
Page 165, beginning line 1 through line 22.
165.
What are we talking about?
403.
Okay, I'm on page 165. What's the issue?
Your Honor, we believe this is a 403 issue consistent with the court's previous efforts to keep this.
What lines?
And specifically 165.11 through the remainder.
Through 22?
22, Your Honor.
I think this is an agreement that she signed with Dr. Hanna. It's in the records. It's in Dr. Hanna's medical records. It's not one of those blank ones that we had talked earlier about with Kirkpatrick. It's an agreement that she signed and is in the record.
It's also, I believe, signed by Dr. Hanna, a witness or two from his practice group.
We believe if it's allowed in that they will argue that the jury should infer that she did provide it intravenously despite the conversation here. And that's why we believe it to be a 403, 404 issue.
Judge, there's no question that Mrs. Kowalski provided oral ketamine to Maya, and the plaintiff wants to eradicate any reference to ketamine being given at home, there's already been testimony that she in fact did give oral ketamine at home.
We're not simply to strike reference to oral ketamine. We're fine with that. Our concern is the reference to intravenous ketamine at home, which has, on all previous occasions, been excluded.
There's also an evidence in exhibit, trial exhibit 2408-1559, in which this witness that we're about to see, James Schott, expresses exactly what is to be, how it's to be used for. There isn't a commercial product for oral use. You have to get injectable and take it orally.
What?
In other words, it's the same substance that could be given orally or intravenous.
This, I guess, let's put it this way. In retrospect, I probably should, starting on line 11, she did ask me for the balance needs to be out.
So what were the lines again, the page lines you want to exercise?
Page 165, line 11, we can leave in because she did ask me, period. And then remove, she did ask me, can I give it IV? Through the balance, which appears to be 165, line 12. Sorry, 165, line 22.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The record to reflect that's over, objection, Your Honor.
Understood.
So,
There's one exhibit we want to put in the use of this with this witness. I'm sorry.
Mr. Is it Cottrell?
Yes. I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Is it Mr. Cottrell?
Cottrell.
Cottrell. Mr. Cottrell has the control again.
3402. Oh, okay. Sure. I think he's making that edit, Judge. Give me just a minute. There's 2 pages. It's the pharmacy records, Judge.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Judge, the fact that ketamine's on there is the oral ketamine. There's been testimony that she did, in fact, give her ketamine and Gatorade. I don't know if they want to wipe out all reference to ketamine, but that's testimony, and we believe we're entitled to have the jury know all the medications that Maya was getting. And it says PO, by mouth.
Your Honor, this is the record that I was looking at yesterday that they handed me to verify the Dilaudid pump, or if that's the right name of the drug.
hydromorphone is also known as Dilaudid.
All right, so hydromorphone, Dilaudid, and that's what 5-6 entries down. You'll see 2 there for hydromorphone.
I thought yesterday I was told this was already in.
This is a different.
Your Honor, yesterday you asked, there was a controversy yesterday over whether the prescription was already in.
Phil.
And then you were shown this yesterday with respect to the question of whether the prescription was filled.
I asked 2 questions. I asked, was the prescription filled, and was the pharmacy records in evidence? And I think I was told the pharmacy records were in evidence.
I don't think the latter, Your Honor.
I don't remember that question, Judge.
No, I apologize if I misremember. Because I was that was one of the reasons why I was letting in the script yesterday. And now we've got a document that has intravenous written all over it.
Judge, we're calling the pharmacist, and we're not going to, and he can explain that the ketamine, it says PO, and that's by mouth, and we'll have them
Route,
explain it.
intravenous, route, intravenous, IVPRN. How many
Where are you seeing
intravenous?
that, Judge?
Well, there's several medications.
1,
out there,
2,
doctor.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Oh, Judge, those are not, the IV ones are not, they're not ketamine. She was giving her IV hydration.
There's no question she was giving her IV. There's normal saline and Zofran and hydrocort that she was giving intravenously, and I don't think there's any question about that. But if you look down at the ketamine, Judge, on the first page of this exhibit, the 3 lines up from the bottom, the 2 are ketamine, and the prescription is frequency as needed, and then the route is oral. Now, what Mr. Anderson just made reference to is the fact that if you get ketamine, it comes as one solution. The solution can be IV, IM, or oral, but this prescription is for oral. And that was the only thing that was going to be adduced. The point that was going to be made, that I hope to make with this exhibit, is simply that it verifies that the hydromorphone and the PCA pump were in fact filled, and then it had been my intention to approach the bench or the remainder of it regarding the ketamine. And for that matter, the other IV matters.
They're not disputing the oral ketamine, Judge, and it's...
I have no problem with oral ketamine.
Okay.
For some of the reasons I expressed yesterday, I remain very concerned about this discussion about IV. And because I do feel that there's a big 403 issue. I'm trying to...
Well, do you want us to remove intravenous? Right here. He's talking about the intravenous.
That's not for the ketamine. That's for the...
Your Honor, if the court's going to admit this, it seems the defense's stated purpose is specifically for the hydromorphone, which is at the top of the screen there. So we would ask for the remainder to be redacted, and they can reference the hydromorphone, those 2 prescriptions there for that 2-week period in November.
But even that, what is the relevance here of whether for the trip to Mexico she got hydromorphone? We failed, from the plaintiff's side, we failed to understand what, unless you're getting into 403 or 404 bad acts, I guess, what relevance is it to the issues before the jury, whether on the trip to Mexico Maya had hydromorphone available?
Judge, these are prescriptions that Maya was given. It goes towards how much medication she was needing, how she was doing, the fact that she's getting oral ketamine at home, which has already been testified to by the plaintiffs, how much she was getting, because they stood up here and showed a chart to the jury. Here's when she was getting her infusions. Well, in between those infusions, she was getting oral ketamine at home. And I think that's relevant for perspective for how she was doing. We're not trying to imply that she was getting intravenous ketamine.
And I agree, the oral ketamine, I have no problem with the oral ketamine. It's everything else in this document, and how is it going to be used is my bigger concern.
Well,
I just...
Do you want us to remove intravenous?
I don't know what I want. I just know, given the years of concern I've had about this issue, the number of times we've talked about IV, I am very wary about this subject, and for the reasons I expressed yesterday, I remain very hypersensitive about this issue.
Okay.
And it seems to me that we also, since there's already been testimony that there's oral ketamine and that she was taking it in 2015, it also seems to be, we're trying to continue to prove an issue that is not a dispute.
Well, except the amount she's getting. And this is oral ketamine in March of 16, in April of 16. There are different months that she's getting prescriptions for oral ketamine.
There's a pattern of oral ketamine, Judge, that extends across the period of time that plaintiffs have been contending that she was doing quite well, and she was a freight train headed to college, and was not needing ketamine treatments. And during that same period of time, these prescriptions indicate that she was in fact getting oral ketamine boosters, that her mother was in fact giving her that. Now, the IV portion of this is not in dispute. There's already been testimony from Dr. Kirkpatrick that he prescribed IV normal saline to be given to this patient by her mother through her port, PRN. That ship has sailed. This just documents that it was sailing farther out into the sea. There's nothing to be done with it other than the fact that there it is. It's being done.
The only thing this is for is, again, 403, Bad Act 39 stuff, in that they're trying to argue that she was being given, too much ketamine or too little ketamine, or that the ketamine was helping her get better or it wasn't getting better. I don't see those, Your Honor, with respect to counsel, as probative of anything in this case. And if it is, it's cumulative to all of the other stuff. And our concern, frankly, is that through testimony of the next witness and skilled questioning, this is going to turn into a Chapter 39, 403 issue. I just sure as shooting it's going to go right back to that edge and over. I don't, because the only reason, from a trial tactic point of view, to get into this would be to demonstrate that Beata was giving her too many drugs, and that's somehow probative of Beata being a bad person. I don't understand any other way this could come out, and even if there is a superficial reason for doing it, to me, we know how the initial description of the evidence somehow ends up coming back around.
Well, I still maintain that it is fine and not any sort of violation of the court's prior orders that the discussion and evidence relating to the oral ketamine that Maya Kowalski either did or did not take prior to 2016 is relevant and admissible in this trial. Okay? So perhaps what we do is we leave in the ketamine items and then just redact the balance of the document, because it seems like you want the ketamine, and I'm fine with the ketamine.
And what about the hydromorphone, Judge?
Well, that is exactly where they started out going on this, which is to say,
either you get the script.
We got the script.
Either you get the script and we redact the hydromorphone off of this one, or we leave the hydromorphone in this one and you don't get the script.
Okay, that's fair. Okay. I mean, I understand.
which is it?
I'm trying to understand the choice.
Well,
okay.
You see, you want it two different ways, the same information.
And Your Honor is correct. I do want it both ways, and the reason is very clear. Dr. Kirkpatrick sat up there and testified that, yes, he wrote this prescription for the PCA and the hydromorphone. Yes, it was necessary for him to do that because of the pain and because his treatment had not worked. But then he said it hadn't been filled. He testified that the prescription was not filled. The document that we're trying to use here, this document, is a document from Coram that the gentleman we're about to put on is going to testify, documents, among many other things, that it was filled, that he filled it. That's the point.
And withdrew Fabre this morning, Your Honor, and so whatever Dr. Kirkpatrick did in that regard is irrelevant.
It doesn't matter. The Fabre does not matter to this judge. The point is
Can we let Mr. Anderson finish his argument, please?
Yes. We have to look at what the impression this is supposed to make on the jury. It is one thing to stand up and say, well, we think it could be as to this, but the clear import is that Kirkpatrick is either lying or giving medications or agreeing that ketamine doesn't work, or I'm not sure what all else, none of which is pertinent to any issues here. If the court wants, and again, the court has been very clear about the ketamine orally coming in because they want to talk about dosing, fine. But as to the remainder of this, all it can go to is either Beata bad or Kirkpatrick bad. It can't go to anything else.
Yes, it can. Respectfully, Your Honor, yes, it can. It goes directly to the point of the extent of the child's disease. They're saying that we aggravated a pre-existing condition. They're saying that she had this condition that we made worse. This shows how bad that condition was, how bad it stayed, how bad it was refractory to this therapy that was going on. It goes directly to that issue. It starts with the hydromorphone and it goes right through all the ketamine.
And at this point, I've told you the ketamine, oral ketamine is fine. With respect to the Zofran and the hydro whatever, again, if you want this document, that's fine, but you're not getting the script as well.
Okay.
And so, okay, so you want the pharmacy record. We need to, redact out all this other stuff.
Okay, can you be clearer, Judge, on what you want us to redact?
The items that are in the script, those items can stay on the pharmacy record. The ones that you're talking about, the hydromorphone, the Zofran, the ketamine, that can stay. That's what you were talking about, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
Go to page 2, Clay.
You'll also see on here, Judge, there's a medication called GammaGuard, that's IVIG, that's also been the subject of testimony. It's not a surprise that that was being administered at home intravenous as well, pursuant to an order from Dr. Barr, who testified in front of this court rather early in Plaintiff's direct.
Again, this is designed to create the idea that Beata is giving all of these at home, and then what? Somehow that's doing what? And all of these are prescribed, and everyone knew what she was taking. And I have not yet heard an expert on their part come in and make the arguments, the technical arguments that they're making, that somehow this affected the degree of her disease or an indication of it. So to us, we cannot see where it doesn't either go Chapter 39 or 404 and irrelevant to the issues.
Honestly, I continue to struggle with how medications given in 2015 impact what the hospital did or didn't do, its acts or omissions in October of 2016, and whether the hospital exacerbated a condition that the hospital says that doesn't exist, how that is in fact relevant when I compare it to the substantial 403 issue that I know that is out there that I've been struggling with since the first day I've been assigned to this case. And so
Judge, these are 2016 scripts. So we're talking about...
I don't see one that is after...
No,
there's one that was, on October 7th?
Are you talking about the ketamine specifically, Judge?
All of this is before...
These are all
of this is before the hospitalization that we're talking about.
But it's all leading up to the hospitalization, Judge, and it goes to her condition and how much it was taking for her to be as she appears in the photograph.
I'm about ready to just say nothing comes.
Okay.
Honestly, because everyone's arguing so much about this, which further makes it clear to me that the purpose of this is not is different. The purpose of, let me just say this. I remain very concerned about the 403 issue. That is huge, and I know that's right out there, and I am concerned, especially since we're 6 or 7 weeks into this trial, that we might be walking into a mistrial, and I don't want to have that happen. And I'm just really, 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 really concerned.
All right, Judge. So I understand the court's order. are ruling at this point, the oral ketamine stays, the hydromorphone stays, and the Zofran stays, and everything else is out.
Why the Zofran? I mean, yesterday was a lot of fun.
It was the items that were on the script, the Dr. Hanna script,
All right,
which is what they were trying to argue yesterday.
I wasn't aware that included Zofran.
This script.
of our objection.
It's an anti-emetic.
Okay, so it's hydromorphone and the ketamine.
Whatever's on that script.
Ketamine's not on the script, Judge, it's the hydromorphone.
You can have the ketamine. I am fine with the ketamine.
All right, so we'll redact that. Over objection. I understand.
So let's show it to the defense before, show it to the plaintiffs before it's shown, and if there's any further redactions, we'll address that.
So we just redact the entire entry medication all the way through.
He's gonna go mute.
Let's just leave the.
Brief correction of my prior statement. We will be making objections to the Vos 2019 deposition they intend to play, and we'll have those to the court by the time we leave today. We thought they were planned in 2023. My apologies.
So I'll be on the lookout for that.
I'm sorry?
I'll be looking out for the further objections that I have to rule
Yeah,
on.
we've given that.
We also observed Dr. Wyndham. We're waiting for those to.
I don't think I've seen anything with Dr. Wyndham.
We're waiting for them to tell us if they have any objections,
Right,
Judge, like we did with Dr. Bose.
Dr. Wyndham was sent over yesterday evening, I believe, so we'll do that this weekend. Okay.
Yeah, so just to be clear, Judge, sorry. Because I thought we were good on Hanna. I just want to confirm. There are no issues with Dr. Byrne's deposition. Is that correct?
Mr. Whitney.
Dr. Byrne, we're ready.
Okay.
So what are we doing right when I bring in the jury? What's next?
We're calling the pharmacist, Mr. Schott.
And we still are working on the redaction.
We could,
So,
you want to play Hanna?
I'm going to show him his prescription so that he remembers the prescription.
As I've told the lawyers, you can pretty much refresh recollection, but when we do it, let's not carry our script right next to the jury and wave it to the jury as we walk by the jury, which the thing I've been always saying.
I can truthfully tell the court that never crossed my mind.
That's fine. I just wanted to remind so we don't do that. Mr. Hunter, please don't look at me like that.
All right, I think they have it. You get to show it to the other side first.
Have you shown the plaintiffs the redaction yet? All right. So are we going to print this out and mark it as 3402 1 and 2A?
Yes.
Are we ready to bring in the jury?
And the script is not in evidence, right?
The script is not in evidence. Okay. Let's bring in the jury.
Yes, sir.
Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? And has anyone approached you about this case? And any media coverage have you seen? Thank you very much. Mr. Hunter, please call your next witness.
The defense calls Mr. James Schott.
Raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Can you bring your stuff? We're not coming out here. So you see that witness thing there.
Please court. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Tell us your name, please, sir.
James Vincent Schott.
And what is your occupation, Mr. Is it Mr. Schott?
Correct. I'm a retired pharmacist.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Where are you retired from?
My last place of employment was CVS Quorum.
Okay. And what did you do with CVS Quorum?
I was an infusion pharmacist.
Okay. What does that mean?
There are patients that come out of the hospital that have to finish IV intravenous therapy at home. We coordinate that, supply the medications, and dispense them for them.
Okay, very good. And I'm assuming you are were registered with the state of Florida?
Correct.
Okay, and are you still licensed, or is it you let that lapse? Okay. Where did you get your training to be a pharmacist, sir?
I graduated from the University of Mississippi in 1981.
Okay. And how long were you with Quorum?
About 10 years, a little over.
Okay. During the course of your tenure with Quorum, did you work with Beata Kowalski?
She was an infusion nurse for Quorum, yes. As far as working with her, no, I can't say that I did.
Okay. You came in contact with her on the job occasionally?
Well, they were out in the field. I was always in the branch.
I see. Was there a point in time at which you became involved with dispensing medication for Ms. Kowalski's daughter, Maya Kowalski?
Yes.
And when did that occur?
2015, November or so.
And was there a prescription that you had initially to fill for Maya Kowalski that was written by Dr. Kirkpatrick?
Yes.
And do you have that prescription with you today?
No.
Do you remember it?
Yes.
Okay. And if you would tell the jury what the prescription was for?
If it was a hydromorphone prescription, it's the first one we got.
Okay. And what is hydromorphone?
Hydromorphone is a narcotic pain reliever.
Okay. Do you remember the dosage and the route and all that stuff? Or
I remember the route, not the dosage.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach the plaintiff and show him a...
Yes.
I'm about to give you my only copy.
Okay.
You can turn it over, sir, after you've refreshed your recollection.
I'm sorry.
Just turn it over when you're finished. Thank you.
Can you tell the jury what the medication was and what the route and dosage of the medication was?
Medication's hydromorphone injectable, given IV via patient-controlled analgesia. It's 0.05 milligrams as a demand dose only.
Okay. Now, is hydromorphone also known as Dilaudid?
That was the brand name when it was first introduced. It's been generic for quite a while.
Okay. And that's analgesic.
Correct.
You said there was a. Did you say it was a PCA, a patient-controlled analgesic device?
Correct.
Could you explain to the jury what that entails and what that is?
Patient-controlled analgesia involves administering meds intravenously via a pump. And the patient control part comes that they have a button on a bolus cord that they can push to give themselves an additional dose of medication.
So the patient is able to give themselves a dose of medication as they need it?
Correct.
But there's a governor, if you will, on how often they can do that.
The pump is programmed with parameters that will limit the amount of the dose and the timing.
Okay. So in other words, you can only give so many doses per hour or per day
Correct.
or whatever. Okay. In this particular case, how long, how much was the dosage set for Maya Kowalski?
The dose is 0.05 milligrams, maybe.
Sure.
With a 30-minute lockout.
And
no basal rate.
I'm sorry?
There is no basal rate.
Okay. Could you explain the lockout and the basal rate, please?
A basal rate is when the patient is getting a continuous infusion at a certain level. And then what we would call a demand dose is an additional dose given to increase the analgesia.
So in this case, there was no base rate. Sorry. There was no base rate. There was just a periodic dosage.
Correct.
Okay.
That could be administered.
Okay. And what was the date of the prescription that you got?
November 5 of 2015.
And did you fill that prescription?
Yes.
You dispensed the medication and the device?
Yes.
Okay. Were there subsequent prescriptions for the Kowalskis involving the medication ketamine?
The Kowalskis, I believe, had gone to Mexico for a ketamine coma. We did not get a prescription back until the following year.
Okay. So, in other words, you got some prescriptions in 2016, not 2015.
Correct.
Could we show Defense Exhibit 3402A, pages 1 and 2, please? Does that refresh your recollection of the hydromorphone prescriptions are at the top there, but there are several ketamine prescriptions below that?
Yeah, it's chronological order.
Yes, sir.
And the first ketamine is not until February 25 of 2016.
Okay. And then, and could you tell us how much ketamine was dispensed and for what dosage?
The dose is 50 milligrams orally as needed for RSD pain flare.
Okay. And it looks as if you dispensed that on February 25th initially, correct?
I don't recall dispensing it. You'd have to look at the dispensing record to see if I was the actual pharmacist on there, but I don't recall that.
Okay. This document that we're looking at, is that a document from Coram?
It looks like Coram's medication profile.
And what is that?
It's a list of the medications we dispensed.
Okay. So this, in other words, does this document indicate that Coram, somebody at Coram, not necessarily you, dispensed the medications that are listed on here?
Yes.
On the dates indicated?
Yes.
Okay. And the same is true of page 2, second page of this?
Yes.
If I could refer you to the, what did you call this? Prescription profile?
Medication profile.
Medication profile, sorry. On the second page, the description of the dispensation on May 20th, 2016. How many bottles were dispensed?
6.
And each bottle contained what?
I think they were 10 ml bottles. I am not positive.
Okay.
They could have been 5.
Okay. And is that true of the dispensation on June 24th?
Yes.
And then the others are smaller amounts, correct?
That's a specific dose. I don't think that indicates what we dispensed.
Okay.
The 0.5 mils would be equivalent to the 50 milligrams dose ordered. I don't think we dispensed one dose.
I see.
If you flip back to page 1, you can see what the header is for that column.
RX number, medication.
Yeah, unit of measure. Okay. I can't tell you what we dispensed.
Okay. But the prescription looks like it's 100 milligrams, 100 milliliters, 50 milligrams PO BID.
That's the concentration of the medication in a 1 milliliter volume.
Okay. And the PO means per oral, and the
Correct.
BID is twice a day.
Correct.
Okay. If I could retrieve that.
Absolutely.
That is all I have. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Schott, were you aware, or are you aware that this was dispensed, the hydromorphone was dispensed immediately before a trip to Mexico?
I am now.
Okay. I want to refresh your recollection if I showed you your deposition of, what date is it? October 22nd, 2019, a little earlier than this.
On what date?
It says October 22nd, 2019.
Oh, the deposition date. Okay.
Yes. May I approach him?
You may.
It's just a one question and answer. A little closer to the time. I'm really only interested in the
Okay.
question and answer. Does that refresh your recollection about knowing this was about Maya's treatment in Mexico?
A little.
Okay. That's all I have.
Mr. Hunter, do you have any further questions? Members of the jury, do any of you have any questions? one of the questions I'm not going to be able to ask, unfortunately, and the other one, sir, the first ketamine was issued with a stop date, and the next treatment was issued before the stop date was concluded. What does that mean? And if we need to put the exhibit up, we can. Can we put the exhibit up? Or I can just hand them the sheet of paper. Okay. Yes, yes, sir. You can answer the question.
We received a new prescription with a different dose. So when we dispensed the first or the second prescription for the first time, we canceled out the old one. So there were not two prescriptions on file at the same time.
Mr. Hunter, any follow-up questions?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Anderson, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. May this witness be excused from all subpoenas?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Ms. Crows.
At this time, Judge, we'll play the deposition of Dr. Hanna.
And do we know how long this one's going to?
It's not very long. I think it's 25 minutes total.
Okay, the jury's saying keep going, right? And don't turn the lights off.
36 minutes total.
36 minutes.
And it's 2 volumes with a break, correct? There'll be a break and then 2 volumes?
Well, it's 2 different depositions, so there might be a pause, and then it'll continue again, correct?
36 minutes, 30 seconds. We'll leave the lights on and roll tape.
Will you raise your right hand, please, Dr. Hanna? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give today be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Can you please state your name and professional address for the record, please?
Ashraf Hanna, 2250 Drew Street, Clearwater, Florida, 33765.
In your experience, if you don't have privileges at a hospital, can you see a patient and consult with a patient at that hospital?
No,
And why is that?
I don't have privilege.
Okay, so you never had privileges at Johns Hopkins?
I never. Why will I have that? It's far away from me. I don't deal with patients there.
To your knowledge, Maya Kowalski's primary care physician, Dr. Wassener, never referred Maya Kowalski to you?
Again, I can't remember when I have it here on the referral. I have it blank. I just looked at it before the depot, who referred her, and I looked, it was blank. But a lot of times, the patient herself, or the family will request from the primary care a referral to me if the insurance or if they require that. So they will go ask the doctor, please, we need a referral to Dr. Hanna. But it's not the doctor who suggested, it's the patients or family who suggested that based on their online research.
So you've been doing the IV ketamine for 10 to 12 years, I think you said?
I believe so.
And is that why you have a website that's ivketamine.com?
Correct.
And you've posted some blog entries on that website?
Correct.
And I also understand you have another website called nopainhanna.com, correct?
That's correct.
Did you talk to the psychologist at all in 2016 to get an idea of how Maya was doing from a psychological standpoint?
No, I did not.
Now, when you were infusing Maya, can you explain to me what type of monitoring was going on?
Well, we have EKG monitoring and pulse oximetry monitoring.
And why did you have to do that?
That's standard of care. She will show me videos of her jumping in the pool, doing activities, being with her friends and family. So she had some good response, and treatment of ketamine has been successful for her.
So I guess my question is, doctor, at what point would you determine with a patient like Maya Kowalski, okay, there's been this uptake regulation, it's gone too far, we need to stop it and go backwards?
if her condition improves or her vitals becomes unstable.
Okay.
Or if there is any change in liver enzymes. And then all along this time, I monitored, I did like 16 or 20 liver enzymes, and they were all perfect.
What about abdominal pain? Can ketamine cause severe abdominal pain?
That's from the cholangitis from the liver.
Okay, so you send her to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
Yes.
Why?
Because I failed to help her. There's nothing I could do. I told the mother, that's the maximum I can do. I cannot give her any more. She has abdominal pain. I need her to go to a bigger place. They can maybe do some continuous infusion. First of all, we need to see why she's having abdominal pain. They can do some lab work, check, make sure nothing else is going on. If I couldn't control her with my average capability, with the maximum infusions I could do here, then it was time for me to send her to another facility.
So is it fair to say that October 6, 2016, which was your last infusion date with her, that was the maximum that you felt comfortable with?
Yes.
Who gave the order to have a port placed?
Yes.
Who did?
I did.
Well, then let me draw your attention to your last infusion here. October 6, 2016. That can be found at Hanna 000184 to 185. And the patient on that day is in 10 out of 10 pain still, with pain medications. And you now went up to 1,250 milligrams plus a 50 milligram ketamine bolus, and you did this infusion over a shorter period of time, 2 hours, which gets us to above 24 milligrams per kilogram per hour. What was the medical decision making about going up even higher on 10/6/16?
As you see, the day before she came with 10 over 10. She was screaming. She was crying from pain. Her mother stated that I cannot live. You know, she's in so much pain. She's screaming. She's up all night. This is the patient I'm having in front of me. I did everything I could the day before. I discussed with the mother. We said, okay, you know, actually the father was there, you know, and I discussed the case with him. You know, I said, I'm really running out of option here, probably. You know, I can try to shock her a bit more, try to give her, you know, I don't want to give her more dosing, but let's see if I give it to her in a shorter period of time that you can achieve a better result. And that was, you know, I told him, this is the maximum I can do. If she does not get better after that, we're going to send her to the hospital.
So I think you just answered one of my previous questions. October 6, 2016, that was the maximum level you felt comfortable with, above 24 milligrams per kilograms per hour?
I had given her enough. She was not responding. There was nothing else I could do.
Is it possible, doctor, that the abdominal pain you're referencing was caused by these infusions?
I mean, it can be a side effect. As I said, it can be a side effect from, you know, like a cholangitis or something. That's why we needed her to go to the hospital, maybe get liver function. And I don't know how her liver functions. And these are, as I said, reversible. So when I have a patient like that, you know, I send them to the hospital. That would be the prudent thing to do.
Over the course that you were doing these infusions, doctor, and I have 55 infusions here ranging from early January to October 6th of 2016. I also understand that you wrote several prescriptions for oral ketamine to be used at home. Do you remember doing that?
Yes.
It appears to have been signed by Beata Kowalski, an individual by the name of Joanna Misic, RN, a Heather Bonilla, LPN, and yourself, Dr. Ashraf, Hanna, MD. Doctor, do you remember the circumstances of providing this agreement to Mrs. Kowalski?
Yes.
What?
Yeah. I'm with you, Judge. We're good, Judge.
Okay.
Why did you make her sign this after having prescribed oral ketamine for the better part of 8 months?
So she did ask me.
You thought you were a success.
Absolutely. We had the year that I kept her and somehow improved quality of life. You know, during the years, she had better pain relief. Her pain went up, you know, to about 3 or 4, went up to 8 or 9 on several occasions. She was able to do more activity with her family. I consider that a success.
She had a severe flare that took her down to a 0 quality of life after 55 infusions with you over the course of 8 months, and you're going to tell the jury that's a success?
Well, you have to look into the duration that she did good. There was a lot of time she didn't improve. She had a flare. She had a downside. Any doctor, you talk to any CRPS expert, will tell you that CRPS has ups and downs. And then if she got an injury, if she got anything that did hurt her more, trauma to anything, her pain can be significantly severe. And then if she had some abdominal discomfort, for whatever reason, that can flare up her CRPS and can prevent her from getting better with infusion. That's why I send her to the hospital. It happens with few patients. They go to the hospital, abdominal symptoms improve, and then patient slowly starts to improve. This is very common. You have not seen CRPS patients, sir. You have not treated CRPS patients. I have treated 18,000 CRPS, infusion done with thousands of patients that are treated for me that coming from all over the world. And I've seen that very common.
So she comes to you with a quality of life scale in January of 2016 of 2, and when she leaves you, it's 0, and you're now sending her to the emergency room at a children's hospital, and that's considered a success in your book based on 18,000 patients.
Sir, the treatment, she had a flare. All those patients that I've treated, at some points or the other, they had 0 relief. At some points or the other, they have trauma that increased their pain. They had surgery, and their pain went sky high, went to 0. Then we treat them, and then they get better. That is not, the treatment didn't end. They ended it. Things ended it this way. But that doesn't mean treatment was not a success. The fact that at some point her pain went to 0 doesn't mean that ketamine failed. Ketamine has provided her with a good quality of relief, better than what she was on. That's documented by her family, by videos, by everybody. That's number 1. Number 2, the fact that if it was a 0, doesn't mean that it failed. It means she had a flare-up. So you keep saying it failed, she ended up with 0. She didn't end up. I just sent her to the hospital. I send patients to the hospital every now and then. That doesn't mean they're failed. They go to the hospital, they get treatment, and then they come back. And we continue the treatments. I have several patients like that.
Didn't you testify, though, that you had reached your maximum amount of ketamine that you felt comfortable with?
At that time, sir. That's why I sent her to the hospital.
When Maya Kowalski went to the emergency room at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on October 7, 2016, my understanding is your office was contacted by the emergency room. Do you know anything about that?
Correct.
Do you know what you told the emergency room you were doing in terms of infusions?
Yes.
What did you tell them?
I was telling them she was getting infusion of IV ketamine at our place, and she was having, diffuse pain, abdominal pain. We failed to really treat her, and I wanted to see if there's anything else going on to do some investigations for her.
Would you consider having to send Maya Kowalski to a children's hospital on October 7, 2016 to be a complication?
It was a side effect. I did not know why she is having more pain. I failed to treat her. During that day, I failed to help her. So there was nothing else I personally can do for her. And I want to make sure there's no other underlying condition that I'm missing.
When Maya presented to Johns Hopkins on October 7, 2016, she indicated to staff that she had not eaten in 5 days. In your experience, patients that are having high-dose ketamine infusions, can that create issues with eating?
It can, but I believe the mother was giving her IV fluid. And I wasn't aware. I was not aware that she was not eating for 5 days.
If you were aware of that, would that have change your ketamine treatment approach in the last few days you were with her?
Yeah, I will probably hold it and have her take a break so she can eat.
Okay. Is there an association between ketamine use and having trouble with eating?
I mean, ketamine is like any other medication, can cause nausea.
Did you ask Maya how often she had been eating?
I personally did not. Yeah.
Now, before this visit, doctor, you attempted to go to Johns Hopkins to assess Maya at Johns Hopkins, correct?
Correct.
And you drove there, right?
Correct.
And you were told you couldn't visit Maya because you'd never applied for emergency privileges, right?
Yeah, because initially I got approval. I applied for something. I can't remember. You know, I remember signing whatever they needed me to sign. I remember the judge said that I can go see her. Again, that's my recollection. Don't hold me on that. My recollection, the judge did approve me going. They sent me some paperwork to sign. I signed it, filled everything. And then when I went, they declined me seeing her.
So June 7, 2017 was the next time you saw her?
Yeah, in June 7.
Oh, that's all approximately 5 months after you saw her in January of 2017, correct?
Correct.
And I'm asking you, Dr. Hanna, if you could tell me, based on your record, how much relief you documented the patient had since January of 2017.
Yeah, so 60 to 70% improved. You know, she did not have hypersensitivity or allodynia.
Was she on ketamine during the period of time from January to the time she saw you?
No.
Do you know what she was doing in that interval of time that led to a 60 to 70% relief?
No, I mean, I believe she was doing some therapy.
Okay. And I think it says here she was doing physical therapy, home exercise program, aqua therapy, correct? Let me ask you this, doctor. Within a reasonable degree of medical probability, do you think that the 60 to 70% relief that you noted here on June 7, 2017 was due to the ketamine that you administered back in October of 2016?
It can be. There's a very good probability that it can be. Yes.
More likely than not?
More likely than not, because she tried it before the ketamine and it did not help her. She had tried the therapy before the ketamine. The only reason why she went for ketamine is because she failed therapy. She went to hospitals. She went up north. They did put her in rehab. She went to rehab in many hospitals before. That actually increased her pain. If you look into the note, she did therapy that made her pain worse. And that's documented in all her history.
With regard to the handoff of Maya's ketamine treatment to you from either Dr. Kirkpatrick or Dr. Cantu, in other words, when you picked up her care and started to manage her care, did you get Dr. Kirkpatrick's records?
Yes.
You did? Okay.
Yes.
Did you get Dr. Wassenauer's records ever?
Dr. who?
Wassenauer, her primary care physician.
No.
Okay. Did you ever speak with him?
I don't recall.
Is that the? Oh, that's the first one. Okay.
Moving to the second clip.
Doctor, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
My understanding is we were sent in response to a subpoena some standing orders from your practice for ketamine. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Show me.
Yeah, I'll screen share them for you. This will be exhibit 1 to this deposition today. And this, for the record, is a...
That's not an evidence, Your Honor.
Can we approach real quick?
Everything okay now? Let's go ahead and resume playing.
A ketamine standing order that was produced pursuant to a subpoena from Florida Spine Institute. Can you confirm with me, Dr. Hanna, that those are your standard initial and maintenance therapy doses for CRPS patients receiving ketamine?
Yeah, but again, these are, as you see here, dosage may left up to MD discretion. So they change a lot, yes.
Understood. But your standard initial dose is 1 milligram per kilogram per hour?
Yeah, those are guidelines in general. Yes, I start with the 1 milligram per kilo and titrate it. I can stay at 1, I can stay at 2, I can go to 3. It really varies.
And how often do you go above 20 milligrams per kilogram per hour in your practice?
Not that common.
How did you come to gather from Dr. Cantu that was what happened in Mexico?
Personal phone call.
All right, let me ask you this. Where in your chart is there a statement from a psychiatrist clearing Maya Kowalski for ketamine treatments and ruling out underlying issues of schizophrenia?
Well, I know that Maya was seeing a psychiatrist, prior to that. And also with Maya, it was a different situation because this is usually for fresh patients who did not get ketamine before. Maya did see Dr. Kirkpatrick in Tampa, and she did have ketamine. And Kirkpatrick, also, he does require psychiatric clearance. And then she saw Dr. Cantu, so she already had IV ketamine before, and without any problem or any flare-up of any schizophrenia. And there was no mention of any of the notes that she had schizophrenia.
So you were relying on Dr. Kirkpatrick about a psychiatric referral?
Yeah, and the fact that he did clear her for ketamine infusion.
Okay, but I'm not able to see, there's no record that Maya Kowalski ever saw a psychiatrist for clearance with Dr. Kirkpatrick. Were you aware of that?
I know she was seeing a psychiatrist or psychologist, that he was aware that she's getting ketamine infusion.
Okay, so what psychiatrist was Maya seeing, doctor?
I cannot remember, the name. I know she was seeing either a psychiatrist or a psychologist, in the past. I know she was following with one, and I know that she was cleared to get ketamine. At least Dr. Kirkpatrick felt comfortable giving her ketamine infusion. And if Dr. Kirkpatrick felt comfortable, I felt comfortable.
All right. So do you require a psychologist or a psychiatrist?
Either or.
Do you anticipate doing so at trial, if asked?
I don't know. I mean, if the judge asks me or you ask me, I may have to review that. I haven't reviewed it. I don't know anything about that. This is all new to me now.
In other words,
most of what I have been asked is regarding my treatment to Maya so far.
Let me ask you this, doctor. Do you recall referring Maya Kowalski for implantation of a infuser port to facilitate ketamine infusions?
I mean, I do. Can I answer?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. I mean, I do recall that we needed, a port for her. Yes.
Did you recall discussing that referral with the surgeon who placed that port?
Okay, of course I cannot recall. You're talking about 5 years ago. But I recall that, because of Maya's condition, her difficult IVs, and the frequency of getting the infusion due to her intractable pain, that we did suggest, getting a port. But because I do not manage the port, I believe sometimes the order has to come from the doctor who's going to manage it. So it has to be primary care or surgeons or something. But we did make a recommendation, for a port because, obviously we don't want to torture, a young girl with IVs all the time, especially with patients with CRPS. It's very painful to restart IVs for her.
Is it your customary practice to speak with the surgeon who will be placing that port?
Not really, not usually.
What I'm trying to drive at here, Dr. Hanna, is would you have discussed your treatment protocol with the surgeon who placed the port prior to the port being placed?
Probably no. I don't usually do that.
Okay. So, doctor, what is a coddle block?
Okay, a coddle block is basically, like an epidural injection, and it's done at the tailbone. And basically with her, it will be like a lidocaine, putting in lidocaine or bupivacaine, a local anesthetic to produce a block, a saddle block, or, just basically something to block the pain signals that are coming from her legs to her brain and spinal cord.
Had you ever done a coddle block on Maya Kowalski?
I don't recall.
What was the longest infusion that you did with Maya Kowalski?
I believe 4 hours.
If I can't find in your chart where there was a scheduled visit for this.
Maybe it was just a conversation, but we actually didn't schedule her.
Okay. Well, can you take a look at your record if you have access to it and see where your list of schedules are and tell me if you had a scheduled appointment with Maya Kowalski for Monday, October 10th of 2016 or Tuesday, October 11th of 2016.
October what?
October 10th or October 11th.
I have October 10th. Okay, so these, I believe, were dates, and again, I don't know, they were just on the schedule. They can be from before. It really cannot tell me when were they scheduled, okay, whether the day before or the month before or whatever, because, Beata, with Maya, we used to schedule them monthly or whatever, so to be able to make sure that we have a place for them on the schedule. So, but I have here 10-10.
So you have a 10-10 patient cancellation or no-show for Maya Kowalski, 10-10 of 2016?
Yes.
What about 10-11?
Yes.
You have a 10-11 no-show and cancellation?
Yes.
What services had you envisioned rendering based on your documentation on 10-10 or 10-11?
Nothing documented. And she really didn't have any clue about ketamine infusion. She had no idea about even the diagnosis of CRPS. She didn't know really too much about it.
Okay, and what led you to that conclusion?
I had a conversation with her. I had to explain to her.
Didn't you also have some conversations with doctors at Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital?
Yes.
Do you recall how Dr. Sally Smith introduced herself to you?
I can't remember.
Have you ever applied for privileges at Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital, doctor?
Actually, I may have. I think I remember they did ask me because they wanted me to come, and initially they want me to come and evaluate her, over there. So, or to see her. I think they wanted me, in order for me to see her over there, they want me to apply for privilege. I think so.
And did you apply?
I can't remember, honestly, the detail of that event.
But you
I remember that they allowed me to see her. That's what I recall. I recall that they approved me seeing her. They sent a letter of approval, something like that. And I went there. And when I went there, they declined me from seeing her.
Who approved you?
I don't know. I got the morning approval to see her and to go there. And then I went that evening after office hours to go see them, and they declined me from seeing them.
Why were you declined?
I have no idea.
Was it because you didn't have emergency staff privileges?
Again, they didn't even want me to see her as a visitor.
How common is it for you to have a patient where you do 4-hour infusions, then you shorten it to 3 hours, and then you shorten it to 2, and then you go up to 8 hours?
It happens. I had a patient from every patient is different. I had, again, 4 to 3 to 2, that's not a major difference. The doses have not changed a lot. I just wanted to get a higher peak concentration in her blood. And as I said, Maya's base was already 1,000 milligram over 2.5 hours. So she had that before.
I guess my question is, I believe you reviewed Dr. Kirkpatrick's records before beginning ketamine therapy with Maya, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't review any records from Dr. Cantu?
No, I did talk to him. Before I infused Maya, I did talk personally to Dr. Cantu.
And how long was that conversation?
Probably at least half hour.
And when you communicate with patients or their families via email, do you typically save those emails in your chart?
Usually, yes. In
Why
the
is
chart,
it?
I mean, yes. I mean, yeah, typically they should be in the chart.
And why is it there are several emails between you and Beata Kowalski and others that never made their way into your medical chart for Maya Kowalski?
I don't recall.
Some of those Gmail accounts made their way into the chart and some did not. I'm trying to get an idea why it is that some Gmail emails made their way into the chart and some didn't.
I don't know.
Dr. Hanna, I've screen shared something from your chart with you. Can you see that?
Yes.
And it's going to be an exhibit. So it's Hanna 001753. What is it that we're looking at here?
It's a prescription that says it's medically necessary for Mediport placement for frequent infusion therapy.
Okay. Is that the type of prescription that you would author in the event that you want one of your patients to have port placed?
Yeah, so it's not an order, it's a request.
Okay. Do you know who ordered the port for Maya Kowalski in this case?
Again, I don't know. I mean, either primary care or the surgeon. I mean, if the surgeon evaluate her, then the surgeon will put it in, so I'm not sure exactly, how that works as far as orders or whatever, but, we usually request, and then usually either the primary care or the surgeon will help with the maintenance of the port.
Okay. So is it fair to say you recommended placement of this Mediport, and then from there, you didn't have any further involvement with the port?
Correct.
Dr. Hanna, I'm Greg Anderson, Maya Kowalski's attorney in this case. You were the, can we pin Dr. Hanna? There you go. Were you Maya's attending physician during 2016?
That's correct.
And you were responsible in part for her pain management?
Correct.
Your responsibilities then would be to take all reasonable and safe steps to alleviate her pain and improve her living condition?
That's correct.
The amount of ketamine that she received, based upon your background, training, and experience, review of the literature at that time, and experience clinically, did they support the treatments that you gave?
That's correct.
So if this is played back, can you say that again? So that
that's correct. That's correct.
All right. And the at no time was Maya ever in any danger from the medication that she received from you?
Absolutely not. All the record shows she's been extremely stable during the infusion.
And did you take liver studies from her before and after her infusions?
Yes, multiple occasions.
Is that one of the key ways to determine whether she is having any negative effects from a ketamine infusion?
Correct.
And did she have any change in her liver functions or any of your other blood work indicative of any side effects, detrimental things occurring because of the ketamine infusions?
No side effects.
During the time that you had Maya as a patient, did you have the opportunity to meet and get to know Beata Kowalski?
Correct.
Tell us all of the doctors you can recall speaking with about Maya's condition before or during her treatment?
Oh, I mean, I remember talk to, Dr. Cantu and Dr. Kirkpatrick.
And the treatments that you had for Maya, had they worked in the past for this child?
Yes.
So she received relief? Yeah.
Yes.
And so tell the jury, if you will, about titrating. They may not know that term. I certainly didn't know it when I first heard it. But insofar as the administration of ketamine, what does titrate mean?
Titrate means you adjust the dose based on effect and side effects.
Okay. And so are you monitoring Maya's, lack of a better term, vitals and responses to the ketamine as she is receiving it?
Absolutely.
Based on your background, training, experience, and consultation with the other pain management physicians, was this medically necessary in order to keep her CRPS pain under control?
Yes.
And CRPS pain, can you describe to the jury, I know it's difficult, but in terms of ranking the pain from patients who are in the midst of a CRPS episode, outbreak, whatever you'd like to call it, can you give the jury an idea of the severity of it?
CRPS pain is the worst possible pain, described by, patients who had kidney stones and patients who had labor, patients who had all kinds of pain, that this is far worse pain than any pain they ever experienced. And it's obviously the number one cause of suicide from a chronic pain condition.
Understanding that your specialty is in pain management, but how long have you been a licensed physician in the state of Florida?
Since 1996.
What is your specialty? Do you have any other specialties besides pain management? I mean, are you an anesthesiologist or neurologist?
I am board certified anesthesiologist, board certified pain management.
So, and how long have you been board certified?
Over 25 years now.
And Beata Kowalski, was she, from your experience with her, a concerned, attentive mother?
Yes.
How's Maya doing today, to the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge, she gets some flare-ups, and I believe she's an A+ student.
Okay. Do you know when the last time she had ketamine was?
Was the date she was sent to the hospital.
Do you know what Maya Kowalski's weight was as expressed in kilograms during the entirety of the 55 infusion sessions she did with you?
I believe it was 27.
Does that complete the plan?
Yes.
Can I see the attorneys for just a second?
Yes.
Okay, members of the jury, we're going to take an afternoon break. This is going to be a very healthy break. It's going to be about 20 minutes long. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information.
All right. There is exiting.
Gallery. I'm going to talk at sidebar with the attorneys for a few minutes. You're welcome to continue to stay and listen in, but I am going to have the sidebar machine going on. So if you want to walk out for a break, you can. If you want to sit here, that's fine as well. Ms. Lawrence, you're in control. You're the only one at council table. Is Mr. Anderson joining us, or
He's not going to join us the rest of the afternoon. He had to go prepare the rebuttal case.
today's Friday, right?
Yeah, okay.
I just want to check on an exhibit, Judge.
Sure.
Mr. Anderson, I made a deal.
Ms. Krells?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Hey, you said you wanted to do something, so.
Oh, okay, no, I was just kind of telling the court, our plan is to publish an email and then play deposition, and that would all be all we would have?
Likely.
Yeah.
We might play 30 seconds of one of our exhibits, but yes.
And the one that you're going to publish is in evidence?
Yes.
Yes, I just confirmed.
What is the time breakdown for Dr. Hanna's deposition?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense used up 17 minutes, plaintiffs 16. Those are approximations, not too far off.
Well, we'll round to 15. And for this next one, who's the next deposition?
The next deposition will be Dr. Elizabeth Byrne. Defense 24 minutes, plaintiff 20 minutes.
20?
Yeah, defense 20 minutes. Sorry, defense 24 minutes, plaintiff 20 minutes.
And I'm sorry, who's the person again?
Yeah, her name is Elizabeth Byrne, B-Y-R-N-E. She's a physician at Lurie Children's.
Are there any issues we need to address before we bring the jury back in?
Can I see the email you're going to publish?
Yeah.
I just give it back to the clerk, sorry.
I can put it up if you want.
We could put it up if you'd like.
3232-141.
What is it?
It's one of the ones.
It's
the Facebook one.
It's a Facebook posting.
Okay.
There's 2 pages if you want to put them side by side. They were admitted yesterday or the day before.
Right. I recognize.
They're short. This won't take too long. I'll announce it. Can we just announce it? We are ready to bring in the jury, Your Honor.
Let's bring in the jury. Want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. And you did not see any clips from the media, is that correct? Correct. And no one's approached you, is that correct? Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the defense would like to publish Defense Exhibit 3232-141.
If it's in evidence, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You ready for page 2, Judge?
Yeah, we'll go to...
Are we ready, members of the jury?
Clay, if we can go to 142, please.
Can you put them up side by side? You have another juror would like to see.
Sure. If you can put them up side by side, Clay, that'd be great.
we ready? Mr. Shapiro.
Sure. I have one more Friday afternoon matinee. So we're going to call by deposition Dr. Elizabeth Byrne from Lurie Children's Hospital for treatment of July 2015. Her deposition was taken on January 31st, 2022.
And members of the jury, I assume you want to keep the lights on. There we go. You may proceed.
I do swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do swear.
Likewise. Can you please give me your name and professional address for the record, please?
My name is Elizabeth Ann Byrne. My professional address would be 333 North San Saba Street, San Antonio, Texas, 78207, I believe.
And I understand that you're a pediatrician, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you please give me the benefit of your education and training from where you went to undergraduate all the way through any residency or fellowship training that you may have obtained? And
I attended the university.
That was really short, Judge. There's more.
Hey, it's Friday afternoon.
Oh, sorry, there's more.
It is under an hour, just so.
Assuming it plays.
Yes, I do.
Trouble? Okay. Do you need to restart?
I do.
Couple minutes. Okay. Unfortunately, a computer glitch, you need 2 minutes to restart. So.
Well, let's restart it as quickly as possible.
Sure. No, because he's
Well, while we're doing this, on Tuesday, which is October 31st, I'm going to need to know if anyone needs to leave early because of any sort of Halloween activities. When I say leave early, that means you still have to come.
What's the difference in the two answers?
Depends. In all seriousness, if we need to work around anyone's schedules, I'm going to need to know that hopefully by Monday morning. But if there's not a schedule to work around, then we won't. Having said that, I haven't been told by my wife as to what my schedule is.
That's what the real thing is.
We're good now? Take two.
Graduated in May of 2007 with a Bachelor of Arts in Psychology. From 2008 to 2012, I attended the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio, where I received my MD. I was in a dual degree program, so I also attended the University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston, but in the San Antonio Regional Campus from the same time where I received my Master's of Public Health. After completing my medical education, I started residency with McGaw Medical Center of Northwestern University at Ann and Robert H. Lurie Children's Hospital of Chicago. I completed my pediatric residency in June of 2015. And then, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, and I understand you were also the chief pediatric resident thereafter, were you not?
I was one of the chief pediatric residents.
Can you give me an idea of what your current employer and position is?
I'm an assistant professor of pediatrics at the Children's Hospital of San Antonio. I'm employed by Baylor College of Medicine, and I currently work as a pediatric hospitalist.
Okay, what is a pediatric hospitalist?
A pediatric hospitalist is a pediatrician who specializes in the care of patients admitted to a hospital.
Okay. And how is it that you came to be involved with the care and treatment of Maya Kowalski at Lurie Children's Hospital back in July 22 of 2015 and thereafter?
She was admitted to my service. I was the admitting attending for the general pediatrics team, and she was admitted to my service.
What does it mean that she was part of your service?
It means that she was admitted to my cohort of patients under which were under my care.
Can you explain to me how it was that Maya Kowalski came to be part of your service?
My understanding is that she presented to the emergency room at Ann and Robert H. Lurie Children's Hospital of Chicago, and was deemed to be appropriate for admission. And at the time of admission from the emergency room, she was assigned to my team.
Okay. And did you arrive at any diagnostic conclusions during your workup of Maya Kowalski at Lurie Children's in July of 2015?
After evaluating her, my clinical finding was that I did not find an organic etiology of her pain and felt that she needed multidisciplinary care.
Am I correct that Lurie's involvement was for a second opinion for a 1-month history of generalized weakness and pain?
That was my understanding upon her admission.
Under general, I see here in your note that you document that Maya, quote, occasionally pushes herself off maspirates with hands. What is the clinical significance of that entry as it pertains to Maya Kowalski?
So in order to be able to push oneself off of a mattress with your hands, you need to be able to have enough strength within your arms in order to be able to counteract your body weight and lift your body up off the mattress.
I also see under general, under your physical exam, that Maya was, quote, distractible with questions about school and extracurricular activities. Do you see that?
Yes.
Why is this being included in Maya Kowalski's chart?
When we speak about somebody being distractible, what we are just trying to highlight is that when we were able to ask various questions, they are distracted away from other complaints.
Moving on down to the abdomen here, you indicate that it was soft, non-tender, non-distended, normo-active bowel sounds, and the spleen and the liver were not enlarged. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Am I correct in assuming that Maya was able to tolerate an abdominal examination?
That's correct.
And then if I move down to extremities muscles, the last sentence under extremity muscles says, quote, any touching / passive movement by parent or examiners causes patient to cry. What are you describing there?
You'd have to, what I recall is that any touching or passive movement caused the patient to cry.
Fair enough. Do you have an independent recollection of your interactions with Maya Kowalski or her mother, Beata Kowalski, separate and apart from what you have documented here in your chart?
No, I documented.
Okay. So in other words, you're going to be chart driven, as we say in our industry.
Mm-hmm.
Under the physical examination section, neuro, we'll start here. It says, when Babinski attempted. What is Babinski?
Babinski is a physical exam maneuver where you can look at a neurologic response whenever you are applying pressure to the base of the foot to see which ways the toes move.
And when the Babinski was attempted with Maya Kowalski, what response did it elicit?
It is not documented what response it elicited in regards to the Babinski reflex, but what it did elicit was for the patient to forcefully kick at the examiner with her right lower extremity. RLE is an abbreviation for right lower extremity.
And what does it mean to say 5/5 strength in knee ankle extension / flexion?
That 5 out of 5 strength is complete strength.
And why was that something that would make its way into a neurological section of a physical examination?
Because when it would be appropriate to comment on the strength of a patient who's coming in with a complaint of possible weakness.
Did you see any abnormalities here in terms of right lower extremity strength?
No,
Is that a no?
that was a no.
Okay. And 5 out of 5, is that normal strength?
That's normal strength.
And then you note here, no truncal ataxia, holds head upright and sits upright without difficulty, initially in wheelchair, but as mother reaches for doorknob, patient slumps over, says, "You were supposed to hold me up." What is being described in this portion of the note?
What is being described in this portion of the note was that as referenced by the record, that the patient was sitting up and then slumped over.
You note in there that her workup so far has been unremarkable and she is distractible on exam with good strength. What are you trying to communicate in this portion of your note?
So that thus far there had been a reassuring workup and that the patient had exhibited moments of being distractible.
Thank you very much. And then at the very end of the impression, it's documented here, quote, "Her exam is not necessarily consistent with her history, which raises concern for a psychiatric component to her presentation, and specifically conversion disorder." Do you see that?
Yes.
What is being described in that sentence of your impression?
That there was a concern that there was a psychiatric component to her presentation.
Namely a conversion disorder?
Namely a conversion disorder.
And what is a conversion disorder?
A conversion disorder is a situation where a patient presents with physical complaints that are triggered by psychological component or nature.
And what type of consultations did you order for this hospitalization?
As I recall, I believe we consulted medical psychiatry. I believe we discussed, but I cannot recall if we consulted pain management and social work. I referenced wanting to discuss with PST, the patient safety team.
Towards the bottom of LCH 144, you note that though she reports significant weakness, she is noted to have appropriate strength when distracted. What does that mean?
That means that the patient was reporting that she was weak, but whenever I was able to distract her, I was able to see physical exam findings suggesting that she had normal weakness.
At this point, were you thinking this could be a complex regional pain syndrome patient?
I was not.
Why not?
Her constellation of physical exam findings and symptoms was not consistent with complex regional pain syndrome.
What about her constellation of symptoms was not consistent with CRPS?
She seemed to have pain with light touch in a variety of areas. In my prior experience with patients with complex regional pain syndrome, did not have that distribution of pain.
And did you continue to follow Maya Kowalski over the next few days?
I did.
Okay. Well, why don't we turn to your next note that you have here? And I believe, unless you can show me otherwise, your next involvement would have been a pediatric daily progress note from July 23 of 2015. Am I correct? It says here subjective. Oh, well, again, you're the admitting attending here, right, Elizabeth Byrne?
That's correct.
And it says subjective. Overnight, Maya was noted to fall out of bed and had a headache following the event. Do you recall anything about this fall?
I did not recall the fall. However, there was multiple event notes documented, which I reviewed.
Okay, and what did you recall after reviewing those event notes?
That the patient had a fall, an unwitnessed fall out of bed.
Fair enough. All right. And it looks like you would have done another physical exam on this day. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. You note that she was awake, alert, crying in her bed, but answers my questions. Am I reading that correctly?
That is correct.
And then you note neuro, patient says she cannot move her arms and legs because of the pain, but will roll in bed on her own. What is the significance of that entry in your chart?
That the patient was able to roll around in the bed and so had the muscle strength to be able to do so.
Okay, and why is that something you would have included in your note?
Just sort of highlights that the patient was able to move, despite initially saying was unable to move.
And then later on LCH 166, near the top here, you note in your progress note that Maya, quote, continues to report generalized pain and weakness. However, this is not consistent with physical exam findings. What does that mean?
That although the patient continued to report weakness, we had on physical exam evidence that she was able to have strength.
And at the end here, you document, quote, presentation raises concern for a psychiatric component, such as psychological factors affecting physical condition, such as conversion disorder in the setting of recent illness. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you please describe what you're explaining in that portion of your note, please?
What I'm describing in that portion of the note is that I had a concern for a psychiatric component, such as conversion disorder, affecting her clinical picture. Okay. The part such as psychological factors can reference any number of psychological factors as a trigger for conversion disorder.
Okay. All right. And I noticed that you put it in a consult for RIC. Is that the Rehab Institute of Chicago?
That's correct.
Under psych here, what did you note?
Consult for possible diagnosis of conversion disorder / psychological stress.
Okay. And so why under your plan did you want to have a psychological consult?
Because I wanted the psychiatrist's input about whether the psychiatrist felt like there was concern for diagnosis of conversion disorder / psychological distress.
Okay, and why did you place a consult for RIC's involvement?
RIC's involvement because the patient was coming in with physical complaints, and often we consult rehab in order to help with coordination of improvement in functional mobility.
Okay, and am I correct here that you also involved social work?
That is correct.
And what is Child Life?
Child Life is a professional within pediatric hospitals who are trained in helping pediatric patients cope with their hospitalization, among other resources that they provide.
Okay. And you also advocated for music and art therapy, I believe?
That's correct.
As well as PT/OT. What's that?
Physical therapy and occupational therapy.
Okay. And I note also here on LCH 166, do you indicate, quote, given lack of organic etiology for her pain, had a meeting with Maya, her mother, and social work to discuss plan of care, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
What do you mean, given lack of organic etiology for her pain?
Meaning that I had a lack of a medical etiology for her pain.
Okay. And again, in your addendum, I note that RIC has been involved, and what did they recommend?
Per my note, it says outpatient rehabilitation.
Okay, and I understand you have a daily progress note from July 24 of 2015. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it says here, Dr. Revivo from RIC discussed treatment options for her with the team and had a conversation with mom over the phone. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And it says the need for non-acute inpatient pain treatment was endorsed. What does that phrase mean?
That means that the patient did not need to be inpatient for the pain treatment.
Okay. And did you identify any rashes or lesions on the patient's back or extremities?
No.
Okay. And then what was the result of your neurological assessment here from the 24th?
That the patient was stating that she could not move her arms and legs secondary to pain, but when distracted was able to move them.
Okay. And what's the clinical significance of that as a pediatric hospitalist?
It just indicates that a patient does have the ability to move their arms, even though they're reporting pain.
Okay. And then you note presentation raises concern for a psychiatric component, such as psychological factors affecting physical condition, such as conversion disorder in the setting of recent illness. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that, again, you're leaning towards a conversion disorder?
Correct.
So it looks like we've got a note here on LCH 154 from a Kelly Lowry, PhD, 7/24/15. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your review of Dr. Lowry's note, what was Dr. Lowry leaning in favor of here?
So Dr. Lowry's impression was that psychological factors could be contributing, possibly through maintenance of pain symptoms in response to initial stress or physical change.
And as a hospitalist, you kind of oversee multiple different specialties at times, correct?
As a hospitalist, I consult with multiple different specialties.
We're looking at a pediatric attending addendum, date of service 7/24/2015, signed by Elizabeth A. Byrne, MD, pager number 95209, can be found on LCH 156.
Okay.
And yet you note here her examination remains unchanged. What do you mean by that?
Meaning that she continues to report diffuse pain with light touch, but when distracted, had evidence of being able to move around.
What do you mean here by further diagnostic workup will only delay therapy?
My recommendation was that she have, as you can see, intensive multidisciplinary care involving physical therapy, psychology, and pain specialists. And my clinical impression was that by keeping her inpatient to do additional workup, I was delaying her ability to go and have intensive multidisciplinary care.
So why did you recommend physical therapy, psychology, and pain to assist with Maya?
Yeah, so psychology, because I was concerned about a psychological component to her presentation. Pain, as she was reporting diffuse pain and on multiple medications for her pain management, and physical therapy to help with her functional mobility, as she was reporting that her symptoms were preventing her from being able to have good functional mobility.
At this point, did any of your consultants recommend that Maya undergo a series of high-dose ketamine infusions?
Not to my knowledge.
And I think it looks like here you're saying, quote, given these preferences, recommend discharge. What do you mean by that?
As you can see in my attestation, I offered to transfer her to the Rehab Institute of Chicago, but the patient's mother expressed preference to return to Florida. And so I was recommending to discharge her so that she could establish care with a rehab facility in Florida.
And why is it that you opted against an escalation of pharmacologic therapy?
The patient was already on multiple pain medications. I worried about the side effects of escalating her pharmacological therapy and felt that the patient likely needed additional alternative therapies in order to address her pain.
Okay. And then later on down in your note, it's referenced here, quote, of note, throughout the conversation, Maya was lying in bed and persistently vocalizing, quote, ow. When I discussed the need to continue to address other components of pain with child life, art therapy, and music therapy, she abruptly ceased saying ow and stated, I no longer want child life. I can't be distracted, end quote. Do you see that?
I do.
If it's in quotes here, am I correct that Maya stated that verbatim?
Correct.
And then it appears as if Maya said, quote, she began to cry and state to her mother that, quote, she would like to leave the hospital and return to Florida as, quote, they only think there's something wrong with my head. There's nothing wrong with my head. Mom, I only want to do this with you. If that's what it takes, then we'll do it. Book the flight now, end quote. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And what were your discharge diagnoses after or around the time you were discharging Maya on July 24, 2015?
That is likely a misspelling. Steroid-induced myositis now resolved with exaggerated psychological stress response resulting in increased pain.
What does that mean, this exaggerated psychological stress response?
That there were psychological components.
Did you notice any asthma attacks or issues with respiratory function during the course of this hospitalization?
Not that I recall. And typically, if a patient were to have an asthma exacerbation, I would document that in the chart.
And it indicates here her admission electrolytes were W and L. Is that within normal limits?
That is correct.
All right. And it says no imaging or further investigation was indicated due to patient's ability to move appropriately when distracted from her pain. Do you see that?
Yes.
What are you explaining? What are you explaining there?
That given the patient was able to move appropriately when distracted, that additional workup was not indicated.
Okay. All right. And am I correct that the plan here was to do some type of inpatient program near the patient's home?
Yes, that's what the plan says.
Okay. What was their opinion?
You'd have to reference the medical chart.
So what is the direct, can you read the direct quote from the psychological services involvement with Maya Kowalski into the record, please?
Their opinion is as follows, quote, our initial impressions at this time suggest that psychological factors could be contributing, possibly through maintenance of pain symptoms in response to initial stressor or physical change, in parentheses, such as an episode of myositis, and parentheses. We recommend 1, support for consultations from art therapy, music therapy, child life. 2, consider consultation with rehab for intensive treatment focused on return to functional mobility. 3, consider multidisciplinary team conference to discuss diagnoses and treatment recs with the family to prevent, against any misunderstandings. And 4, we will continue to follow to provide ongoing assessment of symptoms and begin to introduce non-pharmacologic approaches to pain management, as well as parenting strategies likely to reduce unintentional reinforcement of pain behaviors.
What consults did you order during this hospitalization?
Psychiatry, physical medicine and rehab, physical therapy, occupational therapy, and pain.
Upon discharge, did you do a physical examination?
Yes.
Did that include vital signs?
Yes.
Does that include a blood pressure?
Yes.
Do you see any abnormal vital signs here upon discharge?
No.
All right. Was Maya able to tolerate an abdominal examination upon discharge?
Yes.
Okay. Extremities muscle, it indicates full range of motion of all extremities. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Patient has full range of motion of all extremities.
Meaning
move
what in lay terms?
Patient's able to move their arms and legs fully.
Okay. Skin, you note normal. What does that mean?
No rashes or abnormalities noted.
If you had noticed some rashes or other abnormalities, is that the kind of thing you would document in a discharge summary?
Yes.
Under neuro, you indicate that the neuro exam was, quote, complicated by lack of patient cooperation, though patient alert, interactive, normal tone, moves all extremities well when observed, complains of weakness and moans in pain during examination, thus examiner is unable to fully evaluate strength. Do you see that?
Yes.
At the end of all of this, what is your ultimate impression and plan for Maya Kowalski upon discharge here?
Again, that the again, my clinical impression is that her exam is not consistent with her history, which raises concern for a psychiatric component to presentation and specifically conversion disorder.
And what did you, in terms of a plan moving forward, recommend for this family?
A therapeutic program that combined physical and psychological therapy techniques.
Did you see any need for this patient, doctor, to have a ketamine coma?
No.
Ms. Byrne, were you a resident at the time you created all the information you put in the Luria medical records?
I was a chief resident, but I was an attending physician.
Well, how many months had you been out of medical school? Or were you still in medical school technically?
No, I graduated medical school 3 years prior.
All right. And to that point, you had not gone out into private practice, I take it?
No.
And you were still serving as a resident, meaning your only employer was Luria's, correct?
My employer was the Pediatric Faculty Foundation.
Ah. And who are they?
That is the physician group that is in that my understanding was contracts with Lurie. I had completed my residency.
When did you complete your residency?
In 2015.
What month in 2015?
June.
So you saw Maya for the first time in when? July?
July.
So you had been out of your residency for 2 months, is that right?
About a month.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, can you tell me now, since you had offered some opinions there, please tell me the DSM-5 criteria for conversion disorder.
I do not have it committed to memory.
Well, tell me one.
My apologies.
No. Tell me just one symptom, one functional neurological symptom of conversion disorder under DSM-5.
I'd have to reference the official manual.
All right. Tell me then, what are any signs of complex regional pain syndrome?
It can be pain with light touch. It can be focused to one limb. It can be variable in presentation.
All right. Anything else?
No. It's variable in presentation.
What is allodynia?
I'm not sure.
That's one of the key symptoms. It's a light touch causing pain, unexpected levels. So you're saying she had that?
She
right?
did.
Right. Is it just possible that this was the beginnings of dystonia?
It was not consistent with examples of dystonia that I have seen, as her feet were not consistently plantar flexed.
Did pain management do a consult on this?
I believe pain was consulted.
When you say a consult, my understanding is where the physician comes in, examines the patient, makes those tests that are reasonably necessary, and does a differential diagnosis to come up with a working or eventually, I guess, firm diagnosis. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
So are you saying that you had a pain management expert come in and do a full physical examination of Maya Kowalski?
I consulted the physical pain team, the pain management team, excuse me. And I was not present at the time of their consultation, so you'd have to ask them.
Well, and you ordered also a site consult, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, and who was that by?
As per the medical record, it appears like Kelly Lowry, the psychologist, did the consult.
And do you know Kelly Lowry?
It's been several years, but I have talked to Kelly on the phone at that time.
She was a PhD psychologist, was she not?
I believe so.
As opposed to an MD, which would be a psychiatrist, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Well, I didn't see any indication of Ms. Lowry spending time with Maya. Do you know if she ever went in and did a full interview of Maya for the purposes of rendering a psychological diagnosis?
I do not know.
For whatever she did do, though, she did not come up with any real diagnosis, did she?
You would have to ask Dr. Lowry.
Well, you just went through the records. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't see any diagnosis from Dr. Lowry. Did you?
I saw what she documented in the chart.
Right. No diagnosis. She did not confirm a diagnosis of conversion disorder, did she?
Again, you'd have to talk to Dr. Lowry about her diagnoses.
I'm just asking you in that section about Dr. Lowry's involvement. Would you agree with me? There is no DSM-5 diagnosis listed there.
I read her clinical impression, but I do not recall seeing her say a specific diagnosis.
And to this point, did you have any specialization, or were you working towards any specialization in pediatric psychology?
No. Are you asking if I had cases before where I had a clinical suspicion or concern for a psychological disorder?
Sure. So suffice it to say, you had never made a quote diagnosis like this before in your life, had you?
Of expressing a concern for conversion disorder?
Let me ask then, how many patients had you diagnosed with conversion disorder prior to seeing Maya Kowalski?
So I guess what I would say is that that is a diagnosis that's made in conjunction with the specialist.
All right. So the jury understands then, by Luria's own rules, for there to be a confirmation of conversion disorder, you'd have to have a child psychologist or psychiatrist come in and do the final diagnosis, wouldn't they?
I don't know that I would. I often psychiatrists are involved in these cases.
Well, that was not my question. The question was, from your experience there, Luria's Children's Hospital did not allow a diagnosis of a psychiatric or psychological disorder to be made absent a consult by a PhD psychologist or psychiatrist. True?
I can't comment on Lurie as a hospital's, because I can't comment for every clinician there.
Well, you just spent a little bit of time here explaining about your duties and your role as a hospitalist. Aren't you familiar with Luria's rules, regulations, manner of doing things in reaching a diagnosis?
I am familiar with some of the clinicians' manners.
Okay, then are you saying that Luria's Children's Hospital allows residents to be the final say on diagnoses of a psychological or psychiatric nature?
No, as a resident, you have an attending physician.
Did you ask about changes in sweating or sweating asymmetry?
I do not recall if I asked about that.
Right. Did you ask Maya when it hurt as opposed to where it hurt?
I do not recall how I asked about the timing of the pain, but I do feel like I do not recall specifically. I would have to review the medical chart to see if it was commented that she said that she was in pain always. That was my impression.
Maya was on pain medicine at this time, was she not?
She was.
Well, did you time any of your review of Maya to when she had her pain medication?
I do not recall.
Well, if the child just had pain medication, it would be likely she'd be suffering a little bit less, correct?
In general, it depends upon the type of pain medicine and whether or not that pain medicine is appropriate for the type of pain someone's presenting with.
Well, Luria's Children's Hospital wouldn't give her an inappropriate medication, would they?
I believe that she was continued on her medications from the outside hospital.
And then tell us all of the ways you determined that Maya had weakness in all four limbs.
So in order to assess for weakness, one does a physical exam to look for strength. As was documented, the patient was not cooperative with the examination in order for us to test individual muscle groups. However, as was documented, on multiple occasions, she was shown to be able to demonstrate strength because she was able to, for example, lift her legs anti-gravity in order to kick forcefully.
So she was protective, and you didn't feel that it was necessarily to be protective, but she was protective, was she not?
You would have to ask Maya.
Well, when you wanted to do certain exams, when you wanted to touch her in certain ways, she reacted as though she was already in pain, did she not?
As was documented, the patient verbalized saying ow. And at other parts in the chart, as was documented, the patient was crying and moaning.
And she had, by her complaints, continuing pain, did she not?
I'd have to review, but that was my impression.
And from your history, this appeared to be disproportionate to any inciting event. In other words, you couldn't pinpoint how the pain started, right? And you already testified that she had hyperesthesia, right? She reacted really out of the ordinary, out of what you would expect to being touched, right?
As you'd have to refer to the medical record, but as was documented, the patient stated that she had pain with light touch.
She also had allodynia, as you stated, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Did you specifically look for skin color changes during the time she was there?
Yes.
And she reported decreased range of motion, did she not?
I'd have to reference the medical record.
Well, didn't you say that she reported to you that she had difficulty moving her arms or legs, things like that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Did you do a pinprick test anywhere?
I do not recall.
Okay. By my count, you just said that she has all of the, sufficient number of symptoms and signs for confirmation of CRPS. Whether she did or didn't, did that ever cross anyone at Luria's mind?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Well, there are a certain number of signs and a certain number of symptoms at the time in order for diagnosis of CRPS. Do you agree with me? There.
For a diagnosis of CRPS, yes, there are signs and symptoms.
Okay. And there's 3 or 4 of different categories, but you've pointed out hyperesthesia, allodynia, decreased range of motion, motor dysfunction, and I don't think you checked for the rest of them. So wasn't there enough there to get a consult for somebody that knows CRPS?
The patient reported decreased range of motion, but was able to exhibit appropriate range of motion. In regards to if I have a clinical suspicion for CRPS, which I did not based off of her physical exam and find symptoms, then yes, I would in general consult a subspecialist.
Did a pediatric neurologist ever examine her for what she complained of? Not what you thought she complained of or what you thought she could do, but what the child could.
During her hospitalization, she was not examined by a pediatric neurologist, to my knowledge.
Well, did you have a pain management specialist, somebody who might know something about CRPS, examine her, not about what you said she was doing, but about what Maya said her problems were?
I had a pain management specialist consult on her.
Right. So can you remember whether the pain management specialist made any firm diagnosis of what was wrong with Maya?
I do not recall.
Okay. And after looking into it, you still had no one that you can tell us who confirmed a diagnosis of conversion disorder.
Do not recall if anyone specifically put a diagnosis of conversion disorder in their documentation. Did I put down Munchausen by proxy? I did not.
Okay. Apparently none of them rose to a particular concern other than your suspicion of conversion, right? Have you followed Maya since this time?
No,
You know what happened to this little girl and her family?
I do not.
How many papers have you published in the area of child psychology or psychiatry?
0.
How many talks have you given?
0.
Well, what training do you have in complex regional pain syndrome other than whatever you learned in medical school?
Training is that of what I learned in medical school and what I've learned in my, at the time, what I learned in my pediatric residency.
So no papers and no talks and no clinical studies, none of that, right?
No papers, no talks or clinical studies in regards to.
Complex regional pain syndrome.
That is correct.
So then, in terms of Maya's actual diagnosis as opposed to suspicions, would you defer to the attending physicians that followed Maya thereafter for longer periods of time, who had specializations in these areas?
I can't comment on Maya's diagnoses after she left my care.
Why did you think it was suspicious for Maya to stop crying to explain to you where she hurt?
In patients with significant pain, in general, they are not able to stop crying in order to answer questions.
Well, when you say stopped crying, are you saying her face miraculously dried up and she had a bright smile on her face and she was no longer sobbing and was just perky? You stopped sobbing long enough to explain.
As I recall, she had a pause in the facial grimace and moaning and was able to converse with me in a comfortable fashion.
Was she crying before that?
She was crying and moaning.
So she stopped moaning long enough to explain to the doctor where she hurt, right?
And grimacing.
That's the end of that presentation.
Anything else today?
If you would indulge, I have about 1.5 minutes of video to play before we conclude.
I think we can do 1.5 minutes.
Okay, great. Clay, I would like you to play Defense Exhibit 3095, which is a video from May 26, 2017. May 26, 2017, 3095.
Now you know what Kyle does? He just lays down and then she comes and jumps on him.
Come on, please. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
And then last one, Your Honor, for the day is 3097. And this is October 20th, 2017, October 20th, 2017, 3097. And I think that will conclude the evidence from the defense.
Members of the jury, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. Monday, we're going to be back at the normal time, so ready to go at 9 a.m.
Have a wonderful weekend. Thank you very much. We're still on time.
All rise. Jurors exit.
Okay, let them know that I'll address it on Monday, but I'm aware. The jury's out of our presence. I was handed a note on October 31st. I'm supposed to take my daughter trick-or-treating and would like to make that happen, and has to be at a certain location by 5:15, so probably need to really think on Thursday, probably need to be landing around 4-ish.
On Tuesday.
Sorry, on Tuesday. I apologize. On Halloween.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, I say that. I don't know if I'm going to have to leave earlier. I haven't been told. I will figure that out.
Okay.
We will work with your schedule.
Judge, I'd like to get admitted Exhibit 32170569 through
Everybody can sit down, or they can stand, whatever they want to do. But
0574. It's the exhibit that counsel wanted some redactions. The redactions have been done. I gave it to counsel for his review. Is there an issue?
Yeah, 569 to 574.
Yeah, is there any issue?
No, I would just say we can call it 3217A, probably.
Yes.
so, what am I admitting? What's the number?
Okay, so it'll be 3217A, 0569 through 32170574. So there's, I'm sorry. I'll just read off each page. So it's 3217A for all of these with the page 0572, 0573, and 0574.
And that was agreed to?
That's the one where the court order, yes, just say yes.
Over our objection, eventually agreed to.
Yes.
So the court receives, and Ms. Cross, make sure I read this properly, into evidence 3217A, specifically pages 569, 571, 569, 570, 571, 572, 573, and 574.
Yes.
Okay, the shot clock, what did I just do with it? Plaintiffs use 1 hour, 15 minutes. Their cumulative total is 56 hours, 35 minutes. The defense has used 2 hours, 5 minutes today with a cumulative total of 37 hours, 10 minutes.
Judge can inquire, it's our understanding that the remaining amount to get up to 59 includes rebuttal.
Well, that is what I have previously said.
Because, right, okay, we just want to make sure, Judge, because the longer the cross is, the harder it is for us to get to close our case. So we want to make sure we're all operating under the 59-hour agenda.
We will make a motion at the appropriate time. We have been targeted with our time during the defense's case, but we'll take it up at the appropriate time. That's fine.
And before such a motion is made, if such a motion is made, please just talk to the other side and see if there's an accommodation or not. But if we need to address it at the time, we'll address it at the time.
Okay.
Anything else I can do other than speak even slower on a Friday afternoon?
Not from the defense room.
What time do you want us here Monday, Judge?
Are we talking 15 minutes or 30 minutes before? I mean, I suspect.
I think 8:30, Judge. We're going to have some exhibits given the witnesses.
And
who do we have coming on Monday?
Well, we talked about that earlier, but we are also likely to call Dr. Sharon Levy. She's one of our experts, in addition to.
So Levy and Beatty. Is there anyone else that we need to know of?
We also have a nurse, Kelly Thatcher, who can also testify.
3 witnesses?
Yes.
Oh, well, and then Debs.
Yeah.
3 live. 3 live.
3 live witnesses, and we'll let you know about that.
Understood.
If we have spillover time.
And then are we looking to rest on Tuesday or Monday?
Judge, in all honesty, we're not going to be representing Monday, and every day we think we're going to get more done, and we don't. That's part of my comment about, just taking forever. So,
I would say this: we're definitely be calling witnesses through Tuesday. Our goal is to rest early Wednesday, but in fairness, it's going to depend how long the plaintiff has in cross on our witnesses. If we can get through 3 live witnesses on Monday, plus play at least 1 to 2 depositions, we should be in a good position to rest by Tuesday. If the plaintiff are taking long cross examinations of our witnesses, it's going to push into Wednesday morning. In fairness, you've seen the shot clock. They've used 57 hours. We've used 36. So
we also have the burden of proof.
Anyway,
I am.
We understand that this court needs the parties to rest at the end of Wednesday. We understand that.
I am trying to get this case resolved by Veterans Day.
We understand the court's admonition that the absolute target for everyone to be done is so we can close on Monday, is for both sides to rest Wednesday. We're working towards that, but again, the plaintiffs have another 3.5 hours. If they go through all of that on cross-examination, they're going to have trouble resting by the end of Tuesday. Anyhow, nothing further after that, Your Honor.
Well, we've been passing notes back and forth when we're at the lectern here, giving each other the hook. So
I appreciate it, and have a wonderful weekend. I'll see everybody here 8:30 a.m. 8:30 a.m. on Monday.
Yes, Your Honor. Have a good weekend.
I know. We're in recess.